Hello, everybody. Hello. 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 Hi. We're live. Hello. Hi. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome. Hi. Hello. Welcome, everybody. It's fighting game day. Oh, my God. We're doing it. Garrett's out of town. He can't stop me. We're going to do it. We're going to play fighting games. Oh, we're going to talk about fighting games. We're going to watch a bunch of videos about fighting games. We're going to learn how to fighting game. And hopefully we'll get to play some fighting games. Hi. It's good to see y'all. Hope you had a lovely weekend. Hope y'all had a lovely, lovely weekend. It's good to be back. I, too, had a lovely weekend. I played quite a bit of Fire Emblem Awakening. Didn't get very far because there's this thing that apparently happens when you turn off and on the game frequently. Fights just appear and you get rich. So I'm a very rich man in terms of my understanding of the game. If y'all want a detailed breakdown of Fire Emblem Awakening, I'll give it another time. But for now, let's talk about fighting games. Fighting in the fighting games, it's nebulous. I'm really excited about this. Y'all have been suggesting for a long time different fighting games. And, well, the channel is usually pretty RPG focused, so we don't really get around to it much. And plus, Garrett swears off competitive gaming. I understand. He did podcasts about nothing but for years. I, however, enjoy a good competitive game. And I'm excited to breach the world of fighting games. Yes, I believe it is a phrase and also the name of a show. I'm not, no, you know, not to spoil the beans, not to give the gig away, but I tried real hard with Donald. Donald's out. I can't do that. That y'all are psychotic. There's a big pile of y'all Donald level. It goes right next to Frederick haters. I can't abide. I don't have time to abide with whatever universe you live on. F that Donald guy. I love Frederick. It's too late. I don't have time for that. But hello. Hi. Yes, fighting games. That's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about fighting games. I have a couple of videos. Lined up that were suggested to me. One or two from a long time ago. These are... Let's see here. Oh God, you guys are giant. You don't need to be that big. You guys don't need to be that big. Yeah, let's put you over there. We'll make sure you're not, you know, falling off the side or anything like that. But let's keep you over there. So we're gonna watch this video today. I think I'll watch it second, I think would be my plan. And then there's this one, which is fascinating just on a basic level, that it's made by Polygon of all places 3 years ago, so it's been around for a bit, yet this one was also suggested to me multiple times. So I figure I'll watch this one first and then worry about button mashing later. Power Stone's sick. Yeah, no, we'll get into my resume here in a bit. How y'all doing over on Twitch? I am live over there, right? Y'all, okay, I can see y'all. We're live over there. Zangang, thank you for the follow. Varus, thank you for the resubscribe. Garrett gets to drink martinis and play James Bond in solo streams, and Kyle gets bullied into tactical romance and fighting games. Consensually bullied. Consensually tied up into fighting games. No, I'm absolutely asking for this. It's something I'm into. It's something I want to know more about. And the childless always make it sound like such a bad thing when you say it this way. It's more just strategy. But I've got 3 kids, and competitive diaper changing was my world for quite a bit there. And they're coming out of it, you know, they're growing up, and dad has a little bit of, dude, that sounds so creepy. I am a dad, and I have time in the evening, and I want to put something cool that's short on the TV. So I'm curious about this particular avenue of gaming, because I'm sick of Like PvP games and MOBAs and card games being like, how can I fit inside 5 minutes for the casual player? But instead, maybe I could get into fighting games. Those fights last a pretty short amount of time, right? Max 10 minutes. How long is a fighting game? It can't be that long, right? It can't be that long. It's not as long as a StarCraft match. So if I could like put on something cool on the TV that also shows like hard work and improvement, I think that'd be a good thing to add to the household, particularly in that quick kind of sit down way. Because like if I put Fire Emblem on the TV right now and I'm just like playing Fire Emblem, like the kids are gonna be bored for one. It won't make any sense. Dad's just up to his old man game, and there's not gonna be a complete storyline. And I love MOBAs. I love MOBAs. I love StarCraft. I used to do a show about StarCraft. I used to do a show about Heroes of the Storm. I did a couple things about Dota back in the day. Like, I love competitive games, but I kind of gave them up for a while there just because the sheer amount of time it takes to even, like, participate. I like Deadlock right now. But again, that's like everyone's going to bed. I know I get to sleep in tomorrow and I'm going to, like, stay up for a while kind of thing. So I'm curious about fighting games. Lots of you have suggested them. There's this really weird thing in Final Fantasy XIV where people call it the fighting game retirement home. But I think that's just because like happenstance. I don't think there's anything really fighting game about FF14. Maybe doing the exact right thing or else. I can't really think of like positionals, maybe. I don't really have a finger on that pulse for why people say that outside of, I bet you there's just a bunch of fighting game people. Also, there just seems to be that kind of, it's not really even JRPG, but there is a fan through line. Like fighting game people love Resident Evil, just like people who probably love Diablo have played StarCraft. It's a Capcom thing. If you played Capcom, you probably played the other Capcom games. There's a high chance, like, I love fighting games and platformers. Like, how are those related? But Mega Man and fighting games are made by Capcom. And then they like Resident Evil. So there seems to be a lot of, like, brand loyalty that happens in the fighting game sphere, just like what happened with Blizzard, just like what happens with Square Enix. Kind of that same thing happens over and over again. Imarashi, thank you for the super. Mankind knew they could not change Kyle, so instead they reflected on themselves. They blamed Garrett. Hi, Kyle. Good morning, afternoon. Hey, good morning to you. I think we could blame Garrett. Garrett has straight up, on multiple occasions, said, please stop the fighting game talk in the chat. He has requested as much. I antagonized the situation by being curious about fighting games and making it worse by asking more questions. So what better time than when he's not here to explore fighting games, right? Mel the Red Cap, thank you so much for the super. I haven't had time to watch the VODs yet, so I have just one question. Did you recruit Gaius and Tharja? Tharja's the East Con, right? I just got there. I just beat Chapter 7. No deaths, technically, in this timeline. But in Chapter 7, a flying girl flies in, and she's like, oh no, the riders are coming, look out! And so I turtled up for 3 turns straight. Nothing happens. So I'm like, I guess it's set dressing. I'm going to break formation. I break formation. Like 4 riders spawn in. They immediately ace Lissa and then ace Crom. Just wham wham. Destroy him. So it reset. So in a separate timeline, Lissa's dead and Crom is dead, but Crom died in the first chapter when I didn't know how to play. So that wasn't anything new. Ah, that's big on my face. Hi, Fingleberries. What are you talking about? I couldn't be more excited for this. I used to be an Evo participant in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 way back. Fighting games are just as big a part of my life as RPGs. Hope you have a fantastic journey. Thank you for the well wishes on my journey here. Thank you for the well wishes. Claveman, Kyle, after fighting games, guys, I'm playing Monk. Does it work that way? Does it work that way? I don't know. FF16 FGC. Wait, FGC? Isn't it CFG? Is it MSRP or MR? Like, yeah, I don't. So it's competitive fighting games, right? That's what that means. The first question of the day. It means competitive fighting games, right? They're polar opposites, so good combo. Okay, so well-rounded, healthy gamers, right? Well-rounded, healthy. Oh, fighting game community. That's fascinating. Huh. I figured it was competitive fighting games because in so many industries I've covered, the competitive, when you talk about the community, you lead with esports and then you trickle down from there. But the fact that in passing, the fighting game community is talked about so much, that's kind of a different twist. But I guess what we'd have to talk about how, who said you had to be competitive? Well, that's what I'm realizing right now. Because like Warhammer has terrible funding for esports. So there's very little of it. You have traveling esports people who make a living out of it, but they're really kind of, they're either winning everything or they can't maintain. I learned from Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. SF? Yeah, it has competition, right? Cass just softened the pains of restarting, and now I'm off to bed. Also play Monk, chat like the stream, and play nice things. During the 2013 heydays of esports, or did fighting games not really get picked up in that? Because I'm thinking about MLG. I don't remember fighting games. I remember Halo, Call of Duty, StarCraft. Hearthstone got involved there. But what was the... Has there been a lot of money in fighting game esports? Fighting games are surprisingly social. I think it's all funky for the 11 months. That's why FGC, but also why I think Final Fantasy XIV is the place to go. Okay, so Pat was explaining to this. We had PatStaresat on the podcast recently. And he was talking about the sort of quarter system of like how you walk up, you interact with somebody, you pal around a little bit, you shit talk them, and then you kind of put your money down, and then that would pipe you into playing the match versus the other player. Which he compared to, in so many words, Super Smash Bros. Players who just dominate their basements and don't have a social hierarchy and aren't used to that kind of aggression. Last year, Big Money showed up. Very little, but the quarters in the arcade. Yeah, I never played. There was a place in New Mexico where I grew up called Nickel City. And in Nickel City, everything cost a nickel. So I would go down there and play arcade games. So that's where I played mostly Marvel Capcom. Because I like Cyclops. And Cyclops is cool. There was a Tekken machine, but I only went to it once. And I had a miserable experience because a guy completely blocked me into a corner and destroyed me. I wasn't losing a lot of money. Like, it wasn't like a movie theater. It wasn't a big production. There wasn't like flashing lights. These were older machines, but I was not prepared for a guy asking, hey, can I play? And me going, sure. And him just destroying me completely. So Tekken to me is like, in my hierarchy of understanding, Tekken is ridiculously hardcore. Like, that is where people go when they have nothing but skill. And the other ones can be like fun, fancy, like you kind of like making the MOBA analogy would probably be one of my best ways to understand the sort of landscape. Because I played Heroes of the Storm because I love the characters. And I liked Blizzard at the time. And it had some fun mechanics. But it was in no way as popular as League of Legends or Dota. Dota I loved because I lived in Seattle. I got to go to the International. It was an awesome time. It felt like you could always tune into something Dota. Omnipresent. And then League of Legends was the weird, like, free mobile one that was not at all good looking, so I never touched it. And that was super easy to do because Dota would take so much of your time that if you missed out on League, you were just like, okay, no big deal. I'll just keep playing the game I like. It ain't hurting nobody that I don't know to play this other one. Comparatively little money in fighting games. But it's a pretty big display, right? Like, I mean, when they show the clips, like you see clips of people playing, they've all got their sticks and their various accoutrements, and they're really locked in, and the crowd's losing it, and people are really, really into it. Look up Max Dude's video called Most Out-of-Pocket Fighting Game Community Moments. All right, well, let's, maybe we'll set sail on these other videos, and then we'll take a look at that. Well, this has, okay, so I might be, this is from a channel called JM Crofts. The thumbnail is what was it, Sonic Fox, right? The guy who destroyed all of the Super Smash community. So is Super Smash a fighting game? Am I just PatStaresat pilled? Is the divide not that big? M. Crofts is GOAT. I know some fighting game stuff because I've watched Max Dude. And the reason I've watched Max Dude is because on my channel, they have like in the analytics, there's like who your audience is watching. So you can kind of know like, oh, hey, they like these kind of videos. Maybe you should make these kind of videos. And it shows me a bunch of different content creators. Jesse and Joe Cat have been up there a lot in the past. So we reached out to them, and well, I guess if they make our kind of videos and our audience, it was easy to become friends. But there's other people on there that I've never interacted with. But one of them that's on there all the time is Max Dude. So I've watched some Max Dude videos. The community divide is huge, whether it's a fighting game is a source of debate. It's a platform fighter. Okay. I would call it a party game, but I think that there's no competitive Mario Kart or Mario Party, so that can feel like it's discrediting the seriousness of the situation, but I play it as a party game. Cousins more than siblings. Sure. Oh, some of you even agree with the party game thing. Sonic Fox was Mortal Kombat. Okay. There would be gatekeeping for that kind of thing. We're completely innocent of that today. I am more interested in your opinions today than on a day like today, that sort of stuff unfazes me because I'm genuinely curious. And we can even do here. Let's get out a little pen. Let's get out a little pen here, because there is nothing better than learning when you don't know anything. It's so much fun. I love not learning. I love learning when I don't know anything. We'll get this color. So like, let's say you got stairs and this is your knowledge and you got more knowledge. So you go up. and then you plateau for a bit, but then you improve your skills. And then you plateau for a bit, and you improve your knowledge. Then you plateau for a bit, and you improve your skills. And back and forth and back and forth and forever. But nothing is more frustrating than when you are right here. When you don't know what it is that you should learn. You don't know where to get the knowledge. And so you're just floundering. You're completely floundering. I do not even possess this part. So there's like there's zero chance of tilt because I actually don't know what's going on. So if you say, you know, if you end up saying, like, if you see something in the chat today that's like, oh, F this, like, I'm going to respond 100% like, why? That's genuinely curious. However, down the road, if I ever end up here, my opinion may change and I'd be like, that's complete bullshit. You're being toxic. How could you say such a thing in my lovely chat? So if you have an opinion today, feel free to share it at any point. There's no wrong answers in today's show. Smash was definitely made to be a party game, but it's more in style with the genre of platform fighters. What would be other platform fighters? I know there's like, there's ones that are party games, like Steam ones, like that weird chicken thing. Like Brawl Heroes and stuff like that. There was the WB or SpongeBob one for a bit. The tension between them and fighting game match, the reason to play them is to get stronger. Yeah. Rivals of Ether? Rivals of Ether. Oh. Wait, is this... What is this? This isn't the chicken thing, right? This is a Switch game. Wargroove? Is this the chicken thing? I think I'm thinking of a different chicken thing. But this has a 2 on it. So this continued to exist and gained such momentum that it existed for longer than I was even aware of. Rip Multiverses. Isn't it still going? Rivals of Ether 2. I mean, this kind of looks like a Battleborn equivalent to a MOBA in a sense. Which again was a fun game, but you know, didn't have much staying power, and another one that sort of fell off. Yeah, I was a Shaggy main, you know? I don't even remember what I played when I briefly played that. I don't know why I got into it. I think it was free on Epic Store or something like that. Oh my god. I played quite a bit of Multiverses. Sometime around Batman, I think, entered the game. That was wacky. That was a time. LeBron in my... I can't say I stuck around that long. I cannot say I stuck around that long. Wargroove is like medieval Advanced Wars. I saw a new one of those earlier today, actually. It looked kind of sick. I definitely remember this thing. This was recommended to me on my Steam, which makes perfect sense. And also, Steam just added like a new calendar feature. I don't know if you've seen this, but it's kind of sick. You can like scroll through what's coming up. And this thing, oh man, this kind of caught my eye. I mean, granted, I am a huge Darkest Dungeon enjoyer, but this art style looks pretty cool. And then after playing Fire Emblem recently, I was like, ooh, he's critting. Oh, he's critting. That looks pretty sick. There's a button to view the entire thing too. Yeah, I just saw it this morning. I didn't spend any weekend shopping for games because I was playing Fire Emblem Awakening all weekend. Advance Wars, yeah, I love Advance Wars is great. Advance Wars, they would spawn things on top of you, but you just had to make more units. It was kind of boring eventually because you would just had to move units across the whole battlefield in order to get in range of the damn artillery that would destroy you while you were trying to kill the pipes. But you know, it was cool. It was a good time. It was great for a mobile. It was amazing for a mobile. Tekken 8 is my first fighting game that I got into, says Wormhard Reaction. I find it more easier to try and learn, but already hard and to expert. Now I'm a fan of the genre. Easy to learn, hard to master, classic. Classic combination. Clayman says, Kyle, after fighting games... God, I read that. Have fun with fighting games, says Bakashinobi. If I have one suggestion, try to play a long set against one person. That's where I feel fighting games really shine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Have you ever played... Backpack Battles? Have you ever played this game? This is a game that is awesome because you can play it offline and just fight people's saved copies of what power they were at that particular tier. But if you ever get a chance to like 1v1 someone and really get in their head and be like, oh man, I'm taking this and now this counters your poison and then I've taken extra potion so I can mess with you. That's great. The best of three, like StarCraft, right? That makes total sense. Do fighting games have rock, paper, scissors like that? Do you, well, like, is there a world where, like, if you sat down with your friend and you're like, hey, let's do a best of three, you would, like, create a draft because if you end up in that Pokemon situation, you're just going to get beat over and over again because they know you're going to pick so-and-so and they're just going to pick so-and-so and that's it. Some very overtly. That sounds kind of scary. Is that because there's the tag team? So you like try to tag in and stuff like that? RPS? Rock, paper, scissors. I asked the question. I'm sorry. It's at the core? Really? But isn't the whole like fantasy having a main and putting your quarter down and you walk up and you just beat their ass with your best guy? Block, strike, throw. Oh, so there's like different elements of who's weaker to what? Sometimes a matchup is just bad. Okay. But in character selection, so you could twist a character to be more one thing than the other if that was your strategy. I would love to make some sort of cap to this journey where I enter a ranked after we kind of pick a game. It'd be really fun to get like proper coaching once I know enough to even participate in that conversation, because quite a few people were like, yo, you gotta talk to Wooly, you gotta talk to Pat, you gotta get them to tell you all about all the fighting game stuff. But that's the problem, is they would show up today and we'd be here. And they would have to explain all this. Kind of like what y'all are doing, but y'all are awesome. Y'all are being patient. I would hate to subject one person, sit them down in a room and be like, explain this, all this for me. Yeah, you gotta get in there, you gotta press some buttons, you gotta kind of at least know, why did I die here? Maybe make a little video of yourself getting completely schooled. They would like that, to be honest. For my own personal execution, I would love to have them on like here, you know? Like find a coach at that point. Maybe here, if we're at like Probably like, if this was the skill set here, you know, before the first knowledge set, so I don't learn anything wrong. I know that's something that a lot of competitive people get really nervous about. You're going to learn bad lessons. You're going to be wrong. I've got no problem rememorizing my lines. Script changes happen, you know, like if we need to completely wash my brain, I'm excellent at it. Voluntary amnesia. Let's go. But not even knowing which button they're talking about would be the scariest thing. Sajam Slam? What is a Sajam? Am I going to look up a 3 million view channel and just be like, oh, of course. Oh, I see. This is like a streamer invite throwdown thing. Okay. All right. Yeah. You know, I'd like to represent myself slightly. Maybe do something cool on perfect. Imperfect. By accident. So CBum 27 says, something I love about fighting games is finding a character that meshes with your play style, likely personality. Bacon. Bacon, but it sounds like I'm saying bacon. You gotta get yourself some bacon is perfect for me in Guilty Gear Strive. Yes. Yeah, that's ideal, right? Bacon. Yeah, you gotta get some bacon, you know? Bacon. That's the problem with Warhammer is like you'll go through all the investment. You'll be like, oh, holy crap. Oh man, I love Necrons. They're so cute. And you like get in here and you put the little, you know, and then you paint their little, how you give them a little snow base and you're like, that's nice. And then you go to play them and you're like, oh shit, I hate this. This faction doesn't gel with me at all. So at least it's faster when it comes to video games. You don't like make a baby, put all these hours and investment into it and then decide, well, shoot, I hate this. Art Matthew says, learning when I don't know anything is why I'm in grad school. You know, exactly, you sponge. But much like a sponge, sometimes you need to be wringed out. You know, a sponge is going to absorb everything in the room. But that also means you got to cry sometimes when you're like, I just don't get it. So there's a wave of emotions. Learning is a complex activity. So I appreciate y'all being here. That's why I don't play Tau, is because I think they look so cool, but their units are really pricey. So maybe someday I'll throw down the money and enjoy Tau. But for now, you know, Tyranids are nice. I like Tyranids. And when I lose the enemy player, they just think they're awesome, you know? They killed a bunch of aliens swarming them. They thought it was really cool. Exciser says, hi Kyle, your streams last week inspired me to dust off 3 houses, and now I'm 15 hours into my own new to me Fire Emblem journey. Good luck, have fun today. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the Fire Emblem. I had fun with it too. I look forward to returning to it. It's a very big, long game that I made extra long by playing on Classic Hard as well. Zeno says, Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. Oh my god. Okay. Rising is easy to play. No motion inputs, kind of like Smash, by the same people as Strive. Okay. What is going on? Oh, I thought he had like 3 mustaches. But now I see that he has like face tattoos. Okay. We've got Nervous Cat Girl. We got Blade Cat Girl. We got Multi-Mustache. I think those horns are a part of his shoulder armor back piece. I think this guy's just in every Grand Blue. So Grand Blue is like a whole franchise. Grand Blue doesn't care if it's part of a single video game series. It just keeps moving. I like her horns, you know. She's got that's a very large samurai hilt, but I think they come that large. You're getting pulled in so many directions right now? Well, that's because it's the introductory, we're just planting seeds. We're just riding our bicycle just with a little shaker, just planting wildflowers and see what grows. We will become focused in a little bit. X square devs. Full motion inputs, quarter circle forward, stuff like that in arcade stick motions. Not to be confused with motion controls. No, I think I got that. I assume like in Super Smash, you do up and then you press B and you perform said move. Whereas in a fighting game, you do the down BBB, up, and then you shoot a fireball kind of thing. Which is definitely my biggest nerves about any sort of fighting game. So when we get there, I am very curious to hear which ones are heavy on that front. Early on, I'd rather avoid characters that are that tied to that system. I played Castlevania a full year ago, and there were a lot of people being like, why can't you do the double jump? And I was like, I'm in air, and I have to press down enough twice. It's hard. I also had my finger on the actual stick and not the D-pad for the majority of it, so I think that'll make it easier. But it's nothing that I have previous knowledge of at all. Playing in the background right now is the soundtrack to the only fighting game I ever got good at, and that was Soul Calibur 2 in college. So there was a dorm situation that gravitated around Soul Calibur 2, and I didn't want to be complete ass at it, so I put in a lot of work. What was and it was on Xbox, so I didn't have Link, I don't think. I don't remember most these guys. Look, oh my god, were the graphics really that old? I guess that was the first Xbox. This looks way moldier than my memories. Yeah, okay. I should have checked myself on that. That's weird. That's weird. Spawn. Oh, Spawn was actually. Oh, you're right. He was. Yeah, during the start stream, I had some Soul Calibur music going. There it is in the background. I didn't play Spawn. No one I knew played Spawn. I don't remember Spawn at all. I played mostly Cervantes. Cervantes was my main. And I'd be very curious if any of you know if that means I did a lot of button inputs at a time, because I would play mostly Cervantes, mainly because he yelled crush, and I thought that was hilarious. I kind of played this guy with the sword. This guy with the many weapons. I've just thought that trope of like having all the weapons inside a portal is freaking awesome. So those were like my three mains back when I would play. Yeah, GameCube had Link. PlayStation got somebody, right? Or was it was Link the only special one? Was Cassandra the one with the whip? Because the game I play, well, it was... What year was the original Dead or Alive? That would have been like 2002, maybe? This doesn't look right. This is what the internet's telling me. That's not right. There were some dudes in it. I remember a couple of dudes. I don't remember them much at all, because I didn't play as them. But I certainly remember some dudes in it. What is a Heichi? Oh, I thought this guy was just part of the game. I didn't realize he was not part of Soul Calibur. So he's a Tekken guy, right? So the guest character in Soul Calibur was Tekken? Yeah, there were a couple of dudes. I don't know which year that was, though. I mostly played as the Pokey Lady. I believe her fighting style was Snake. She did or Crane, maybe? She would do this. I think she was like Cassandra or something like that. But she was cool. I liked her. But I was drawn to the weapons and the competitive floor nature that developed around Soul Calibur 2. I didn't even know there was an older Dead or Alive game, but I think the one that came out for Xbox was just called Dead or Alive. He's a Tekken bro. Okay. Okay. Josani, thank you for the super. Kyle, you should play the ultimate fighting game from the 90s. The one that set the stage for many others. Shag Fu. Shag Fu? Oh my god, really? What? This exists? Why is there... Did it get remade? Why is there more of this? Oh, wow. He was out there just being the Rock before the Rock was the thing. It's kind of pretty, but wait, that is wild. It was notoriously terrible. You knew this was coming? There was the one with the cat girl and the demon girl that had the mummy in it. That looked really cool. People were... So in our many conversations about fighting games that has led to this moment, people suggested one of the classics that had like a really big, with big paws, cat girl. And that looked cool. And the characters have gone on to be completely famous, but not for their own game, because I had never heard of their game in my life. Darkstalkers. Yes, Darkstalkers. Looks like there's like modern versions of this, maybe. That original pixel art was so good, though. Oh, this is so tiny. Ah, this is a terrible picture. Yeah, Darkstalkers is pretty cool. Bloody Roar? Hell, dude, there were so many cool fighting games at the airport. That's where I remember meeting the majority of fighting games growing up. It was the movie theater, but we were almost always late because, you know, I was a kid. I was probably the one making us late. But at the airport, we would have time to actually stand around and do nothing. And they'd always have like Primal Rage or something like that. And they were so expensive to play. I had a Game Boy as well, so my parents were probably like, we gave you a Game Boy. Like, why do you need quarters? What are you insane? We give you everything and you want more quarters. But Primal Rage was always super cool. I love the weird Snake Man thing. Get Kyle to play Persona 4 Arena Ultimix? Is this a thing? Okay. Okay, I mean, it's a pretty thing. That's cool. But this is where it gets weird, right? Like, obviously, we'd all like to play our favorite game ever. And I think it's excellent advice to say, hey, if you're gonna get into something, play the one you're genuinely passionate about. You're not gonna learn any skills unless you actually put in the time. So go play something you're gonna actually like. But there's also this modern invention called ranked and ladders. And I don't have any fighting game friends, like locally, that I would invite over. So having a functional, low-tier ladder would be huge for me. Like, whatever game I do, I would love there to be a solid group of awful people that I can wade through the ranks of. I know it would be fun to pick something that's cool, but the majority of my learning time, and I think learning is done better versus individuals rather than computers. Maybe computers have grown a lot over the years and gotten better. But, you know, so when I look at something like, let's get up the old Toxic Machine Steam charts. I'm pretty sure you can just put fighting games in here, can't you? Just like fighting games? Most played fighting games? Overwhelmingly, and I've never heard of this game, you're gonna see Naraka Blade Point. Is that a good one? I know Street Fighter. I know Street Fighter exists. I know that it comes and goes. It's getting Tifa at some point, so that'd be fun. It'd be fun to learn the game that Tifa's gonna enter. But look at that. Look at the number. Like current, 24 hours. It's sitting healthy on top. It's a battle royale. All right, how do I fix this thing then? I see For Honor. Okay, so I do have some information. Now this thing is heckin' busted. Why is Batman Arkham Knights better? Why is Batman Arkham Knights even on here? Jedi Fallen Order. Okay, I think this thing has some errors in it. Why is Batman out there? Yeah, exactly. What's going on? Kanya, thank you for the super. For me, FG fighting games is the purest form of action, risk, and reward. What you are thinking is too prep and strat based. I think on the go game player's better way to think of it. Have fun. That's fair. I feel like in the arcade growing up, it was the guy who memorized the moves who won. So, I'm definitely overthinking it, but this is a pleasurable overthinking. This is something I enjoy. I love overthinking. It's something that brings me great joy. But that's fair. Probably just get in there and press the damn buttons before you go investing. Probably a good idea. The Steam's tag system is user made. Okay, but we can still sort by our brain here. In terms of what I've been told I would enjoy. Where's my doc? There's my doc. Things I've been told, overwhelmingly, I've been told that I will enjoy Guilty Gear Strive the most. But as an outsider, if I'm looking at this, I go, well, wait a minute. 1,800, is that enough people? And more particularly, is that enough people who suck? Because I need people who suck. And something that would be completely unfun would be to enter something that has no players and they're all amazing. Like this, Tekken 7 down here, that looks horrifying. That 870, that looks like nothing but people who love that game and will play nothing but it and love to trounce anybody who even dare enter the dojo. That seems scary. I don't know if I want to do that down there. And there's that, there's that popular philosophy of hey man, a game's still alive as long as it's got 9 other players to play with, but I want a rigid, long list of people who suck. So I can slowly climb through them. I will say from the outside, looking at Strive combat, I'm worried about the frame rate. That's my biggest fear, is I find it hard to read what's happening because they're doing the animation kind of stutter. And it just kind of looks like I'll end a match and go, what happened? What happened? Crossplay helps? Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess this is just Steam charts. So there could be other factors in it. So what is 2XKO? Is that on here? Not sleeping dogs. What is this? The half sword? I've heard that one a few times. It's not. Do we need to scroll down? Oh, the League of Legends. Okay, all right. All right. So this is rumor and scuttlebutt, right? But I heard that got canceled, right? Isn't it gone? I say this as someone who loves Heroes of the Storm, and Heroes of the Storm had a full-blown, like, 3-year new heroes coming out, and is still having balance adjustments to this day. So obviously, production cuts do not mean it's the end of the line. But I heard that game is over. It's big now? No. I remember there was a big ol' thing, a big ol' hullabaloo about how that game is dead. It lost half its dev. So what must have happened then is the cuts were made, the layoffs happened, and the articles that reached my eyes, because I read articles about video game layoffs, would have been that one, and then it doom posted from there, and I figured it was over. And so, like, 2 weeks ago when I saw someone saying, hey, whoa, how cool is this new hero? I was like, oh man, that must be part of that effort they made before the layoffs. And now those characters are still rolling out because they had a big, long list. The pipeline was still going, but now they're using the assets that they had to create new stuff to keep the player base happy, but still the cutbacks are eventually going to mean it's over. What's MVC? 2XKO is alive and well. They had layoffs when it released, mostly because all game devs have a team once the game... All games get devs out of teams once the game releases, but they usually just transfer them rather than lay them off. Okay, so... Alright. So there was some doom in there. So there was dooming. And that dooming reached my eyes, and I assumed that game was over. That's cool. It's a handsome game. That one has a better frame rate. I don't know League of Legends at all. I would love monsters. I love monsters. I want to be as inhuman as possible if I can be. Throwing a dolphin can help make up for that. If I'm a human, but I throw monsters or summon them, or maybe my hands are Dark Eldritch beasts that can help out a lot. That can do some heavy lifting. 2XKO. Let's look it up. Okay, let's see. All right, we got Robot. I know her. She's in a lot of the production material, oft advertised. I know that guy. I'm pretty sure he's the hey, new players start here character in League of Legends. Teemo's the one everybody hates because I think he's the Mine character. I've heard of Jinx. I never watched the cartoon. She's a little too Harley Quinn for me. Oh, Warwick. Warwick's a monster. Okay, so I'd probably start with him and go from there. Why is your website so low quality? How can I get more information? So this would be the non-combo based kind of game, right? Because I'm just seeing directions. And then when you have your ultimate meter, you can do anything you want. This looks kind of sick. The skins are kind of weak. But maybe he's one of those asset-heavy characters, so he doesn't get a lot of skins. Non-motion, yes. What's the word for the other thing? No motion inputs. Okay, because they're all combos. Even Super Smash Bros. Has combos. But it would be directional commands. No motion inputs. Those are just colors. The skins are prettier. Can I see? Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, so these are just variations on. Not fundamentally changing the silhouette. Is this a team-based game? Is that why the silhouettes are so prominent? Like you build, it's like a 3v3 tag team. Because in there you gotta have heavy silhouettes, but in a game where both characters go, Cervantes, and then the guy comes in and then they say a line, no matter what they look like, no matter how much you change them, you can have the character look however you want. 1v1, but you both pick two characters and then you go at it. Okay. Is she a magician? No, she's a gun wizard. That gun wizard's fun. I would prefer if she was a magician. On a personal level, I would have more fun. What are you holding? What are you holding? Is it a sieve? Is it a cistern? A water jug? Some sort of techno companion cube? Iron says, reminder that Steam players only. Most, if not all, fighting games are crossplay. The majority of players play on console. Is that true? Fighting games on PC generally offer better performance and less input lag. Well, that just sounds like PC propaganda. There's a lot of posts about should I play this on console versus PC. There's a lot of videos about people arguing about whether it's better on... That's wild. I can't say I've thought about that argument much in the past few years, other than maybe sort of like a day one Monster Hunter release. It's a can of worms? No way! The ancient texts! No way, really? That's awesome. Again, I come from a place of, you know, complete lack of understanding, but what an innocent argument to have. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. In times like these, why would you get a console? Why would you buy a PC, right? Like, it's all, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, granted... The easiest pick up and play would probably be PlayStation for the living room, but my Steam Deck, I've got the dock for it, so I could just into the living room TV and then, you know, Bluetooth pair a controller with it. Is there a heavy preference on a certain controller? I would assume there is a massive market for sticks and buttons that do nothing for the majority of players. Prosumer, right? Like just a heavy consumer push for tools you do not need. Whatever you're comfortable with, so no one really gets on you for playing with the wrong thing. A fight pad. Is that what they're called? The stick and buttons? Use a keyboard? Well, I mean, arrows probably work. No reason why they don't. Super Nugget was also recommending the 2XKO. I mean, okay, let's get that installed here. I mean, it's play for free. Oh, they do have their own ecosystem. Oh man, I'm so Steam brained. Yeah, I didn't even know they had this game still ongoing. But you can use your Xbox tag to do it? So it does work on... Okay, all right. That little bit of a can of worms there. Spiral says, fighting games, you mean button bashers? No, no, no. We're gonna watch a video called why button mashing doesn't work. No, not button mashers, surely. And plus, this video is gonna tell us what we should do, which is you never button mash. You make circles with one stick while you press buttons on the other. That's how you get it done. That's how you get it done. Thinkleberry says, the tragedy of Darkstalkers is it's so influential, but no one actually knows what it is. It created the install super? And yet they called install because of it appears in Guilty Gear later. The install super? Chat will make you play Among Us Arena Ultimate? No, that's not a thing, right? Why did it write Among Us? You mean Persona? And why did Google immediately know that if I copy and paste... What? Among Us Arena Ultimate? Wait, this is real? Oh, this is like a stick fighter. No, that's like a Newgrounds game. No. No, we want something with some formality that we could put on a TV in front of the family. You know, like that old game where the guy's face was hovering and he had a body and you held the gun and you'd shoot the people and it was kind of violent, but it was on Newgrounds. It looks like one of those. That just looks like one of those. It looks like a... Yeah, no, this takes me to a .io site. No, we're good. We're good. We're gonna play something a bit more serious than that. A bit more formulated. It's a legit fighting game. Listen, the fundamentals are huge. It's where people learn the fundamentals. It's the fighting game we got communities built on pizza boxes. Okay, all right, fair. All right, it's more than Newgrounds. It has some sauce. Okay, all right. All right, well, let's start there. Install drivers are old Power Ranger style superhero moves from Japan. Guilty Gear reference. Huh. Install super, huh? Okay. Dragoncrafter says, just got here, but Core A Gaming, that's the one we're looking at here, has an incredible vid about every major fighting game and their appeal. Friendly channel to react to fighting games. Woo! Cool. We should set sail then. We should watch some of this. Shout out to my niche fighter, Tuho 15.5 Anatomy of Common Flowers. What? What am I looking? Okay. Is this correct? What am I looking at? Is this what you're playing? What even was this for? Comes from a website called Nintendo Everything. It's peak. Wait, oh no, okay, all right. Okay, hang on, I'm resetting. People are saying more names, hang on. I'm so completely out of my element. What is this? I have no idea what this is. The robot looks boss, whatever his thing is. There's so many characters. Who are these people? How about melty blood type? Luminut? No way. Okay. So there's gonna be some sort of Steam chart ruling here. We need to start somewhere. I can't believe you then jumped in and melty blood came up. Okay. You can also play with 2 humans on a team, so you and Garrett could play co-op, says Super Nugget. We would need to do some heavy mind control to get Garrett in on this. I think we'd have to work. We would have to metagame this pretty big. We might be able to. We might be able to do. We might. Yeah. Make it a patrons code. Does he hate fighting games? I think he's just. He went through years of competitive esports podcasts, and competitive gaming lost its appeal over that time. And I don't want to put words in his mouth. He's not here to defend himself right now. But when I tried to get him to play Deadlock with me, he was out, man. He's sure as shit. Yeah. Dive Kick 2D competitive game. Is this like a... Oh. What am I looking at? What is this? Elvis is fighting the guy from Dispatch? What is this? When did this come out? 2013. Oh, it's pretty old. The world's first 2-button fighting game distills the essence of fighting game genre into just 2 buttons with no D-pad directional movement. Includes 2 extra playable characters. What is that? Who is this guy? What more do you need? It sounds like an amazing entry point. D-pad chads sound off in chat. Thank you, C-Bum. I will try. Hopefully this stream is amazing. It goes places. We pick an awesome game. And he's like, man, you look so... I think that's how you do it. I think that's the real selling point of fighting games is you see it. People look super cool doing it, no matter what skill they're at. And you... Wow, there are a lot of ads on this site that you recommended there, Kanya, but is this what it... This is a My Little Pony fighting game? Fighting is magic? This isn't licensed. There's no way this is real. But it looks like it might be like lore accurate. Like they do fighting moves based on their own moves in game. Also fake. Well, as in like the fighting moves are based on their lore. So like Twilight Sparkle would shoot sparkle beams. What the heck is them fighting herds? There's more of these? Wait, is this actually the box art for it? What's the style of this game? My Little Pony Friendship is magic. Wait, this is a real game? Wait, this is a real game. That's an adorable name for it. Kyle, you do not understand the low development requirements plus rabid fanbase equates peak games as the average. Well, as someone who enjoys card battlers, I understand it. Dime a dozen they are. The DLC kind of ruins it. I get it. I had that opinion of the Crimson Court and Darkest Dungeon. You know, like DLC can ruin things. I can understand where you're all coming from. I understand. Wicked Awful Gamer says, watching you and Garrett try to play a team fighting game would look like Shinji and Asuka trying to sync up in Evangelion. As all we need to do, if we're gonna play this game, chat, if we're gonna strategize getting Garrett into fighting games, we just have to look really good. So much so at the end of the day, he goes home and goes, I can't suck that bad. And then the snowball starts. Very natural. 2XKO has a Slay the Spire game mode now? That sounds pretty sick. It's like a choose your path. Like the old arcade Mortal Kombats, you would queue up the tower, but instead you pick which path you go. Blue Blaze Central Fiction. Oh, I know there's like JoJo fighting games and stuff like that. That'd be fun. I would assume that there isn't a ladder, and there are probably a lot of mid-tier fighting games that are really fun to watch somebody good do, but have awful onboarding experiences. The character design in this is pretty cool. Their text is a little illegible, but I do like what's going on here. These cat proportions are insane, though. Wait, that's his arm. What is going on in this picture? Look, he's got his little feet down, and then the other foot extends this far, but this appears to be some sort of coated claw. And then the orange in the back there appears to continue around the entire character. Something's going on. Blaze Blue, my beloved. Clairvoyant Nara says, your only move is to hustle's a turn-based fighting game. I feel like you'd enjoy it, but it's weird enough it may not be what you should start with. Your only move is to hustle. Wait, this is pretty new, right? I'm pretty sure this came up on my Steam. Entered an open beta a bit ago. Oh, yes. This is what I would call like a Newgrounds fighter. From my own experience. Like, this very much looks like that sort of insane web game congregate kind of business that I grew up playing, but makes me feel like that time period, so I don't tend to invest in them right now. Yami Hustle. Oh, of course, because it's so, because you need to say it so quickly. Oh, February 2nd, 2023. Wow, this is old. Okay, never mind. This is pretty old. Samuel, thank you for the super. Much as I want to chill for Arcane Hearts or Bloody Roar, I think you're supposed of easy to start and huge amount of total noobs. I'd recommend Street Fighter 6. That seems to be the case. I am extremely curious about a thing coming out very soon. Like, these are kind of the main ones that I've sort of highlighted that I would have interest in. This comes out Thursday. I don't know if it's any good because I don't know what a good fighting game looks like. But I love Avatar Last Airbender. I was the biggest Avatar Last Airbender fan in my college, but like I wasn't going online to talk about it. So for me, that's really exciting. I've seen Max Dude make videos about it. I've seen Wooly make videos about it. I haven't watched them because I wouldn't know what I was looking for. But it looks cool. What do you mean by it looks very fast? I can make some assumptions there, but yeah, when you're picking a fighting game, there's probably more of like a turtle blocking kind of play style. And there's probably more like combo-oriented sort of game, speed tactics, and you sort of find your favorite based on that amount. It looks really sweaty. So that maybe speaks to that more like speed kind of feeling that it has. Everyone agrees the Avatar looks really good. I'm surprised because it's a cartoon Nickelodeon game. You know, the one I can think of like a lot of like kart racers with SpongeBob and stuff, but that's pretty cool. The last what's the real Mortal Kombat then? If this, because that one's on Steam charts, I do believe. Mortal Kombat 2 or 1? I guess that's a 1, right? Wait, 11? Okay, I don't know. I don't know the system here, but they're both kind of neck and neck here in terms of Mortal Kombat. Strive is slow? It's more about how faithful the animations are. Well, that'd be the peak, right? It went, oh wait, 1 is older than 11? Okay, that's fine. I've been through this before. That's fine. I can accept that. I can accept I can accept it. I wish they didn't, but I understand. You know, numbers are scary. The Mortal Kombat player base is very small right now. I mean, in comparison to something like Street Fighter here, yeah. But not that far off from a Guilty Gear if you're really looking at it. And then Dragon Ball, but that's like a 3D thing, right? Or no, this appears to actually be... Actually, this little trailer here has not shown me if that's a fighting game or more of a... What do you call a fighting game that's 2D, but you can step on a 3D plane? It's not a fighting game? But there are games that have fighting games where you are on a 3D plane and you can move around each other. You're not locked into being on the same plane of existence. Xenoverse, is that on here? Oh, you're saying Dragon Ball. So that's an arena fighter, like Tekken. Okay, those are super frustrating from my minimal interaction with them. The idea of someone sidestepping me, I'd rather be blocked 100 times than someone simply step off my plane of existence, but I probably just stop pressing buttons and get on their plane of existence and I'm fine. 2.5D? Oh, that makes sense. All right, let's fire up the video. Let's fire up let me kill this music. Tekken is not an arena fighter? Oh, the arena fight, like we're talking like full D, like when the Dragon Ball characters like fly into the air and start really moving around. So what is Tekken then when they're on the arena but they can move in a 3D space? So 3D fighter, Tekken, Soul Calibur, Bloody Roar, and an arena fight. I thought it was just the graphics were 3D. I didn't realize. And then Tekken 8 is it out? Or is it coming out? Okay, 2D, 3D arena. That's a good way to put it, sort of advancing down that line. Okay. Let's start with this one.
Look at fight.
This is called How to Get Into Fighting Games and Have a Nice Time by Polygon of all places from 3 years ago. Highly recommended. Let's check it out.
Games, and I'd say, that looks so cool, but I don't think it's for me. I had done some casual button mashing, but I never dove into the deeper mechanics. When I saw the gulf between what I was able to do and what others were doing, I told myself there was no way I'd ever be able to get there. Then, a few years ago, I decided to try for real. Was it worth it? Yes. I can tell you without exaggeration that fighting games have brought me more joy than anything else I've put my gaming hours into. It's a distinct category of enjoyment unto itself, constructed from the greatest pleasures of gaming. The childlike joy of hitting buttons and
What the
seeing
heck is
cool
that?
shit happen. The slow burn tension of
Oh, hell
outmaneuvering
yeah.
opponent in a strategy game. The Dark Souls satisfaction of studying a boss's
Okay.
patterns and exploiting their weaknesses. It's meditative, it's rhythmic, it's sports. It's therapeutic, it's communal. It's the closest you're ever going to come to feeling like Rocky or your favorite shonen protagonist. It's made me happier, and it's made my brain feel better. It is absolutely
Tekken's the one where you can be a bear, right? You can just straight up be a bear?
worth it.
And being 3 years ago, I will not judge him on his D&D 5th edition because of the time period.
But it takes a lot of work, and looking at that from the outside can be overwhelming and intimidating. This guide is for people who have been studying that water and thinking about jumping in. Hopefully, you can use this video as a gentle, supportive push into the pool. Here's my 10-step guide for getting into fighting games without losing your mind.
Step 1. Decide you want to do it.
This one's kind of obvious, but it's also essential. Your desire to get into fighting games is going to be the thing that fuels you through the hard stuff. If you're fighting game curious, but you're not sure if you're ready to take the dive, there is some other stuff you can do to gradually expose yourself. For starters, watch some matches.
Activates reversal. He wasn't looking.
It's really exciting to see the top players just going nuts. Here are some of my favorites. Goichi vs Sonic Fox at EVO 2018 rules. It's like an unstoppable force versus an immovable object.
Playing him right now, thank you.
Goichi's defense is like an iron wall, but Sonic Fox's offense is just relentless. You know that Sonic Fox is going to do some work as soon as they get an opening, so every mix-up is just so tense.
Capital punishment over the Replucan!
Lil Majin's whole EVO 2018 run was also great. Majin was an American player in a game that was historically dominated by Korean and Japanese players. So it's a combination of an underdog with the home field advantage. Plus he's playing a...
What's he playing? So we had a Dragon Ball game. This has the leopard guy, so this is a Tekken. And this would be a 3D game. I love the, like, when you know about the esports players to identify what kind of player they are, that's where you're really having a good time. For me, that was StarCraft.
Super fun
Tekken
character
7.
with big splashy moves. But it's not just about what the players are doing. Hearing the audience and commentators get excited and pop off for the big moments will help you figure out what's important and what to pay attention to.
And he's so scared of getting hit because he's got that V-trigger. No, it's gonna hit here into the critical arc. Textbook.
If you're in the mood to chill and watch some super thoughtful, accessible video essays about the underlying mechanics and philosophies of fighting games, pop on Gerald Lee, aka Core A Gaming. My personal favorite is why button mashing doesn't work.
That's a
Also,
video
follow some
watch
fighting
next.
game people on Twitter and Twitch and stuff. There's a lot of people doing really interesting streams and posting funny clips that are going to make you want to play.
Whose idea was it to make his pubes his legs?
We hear the man trying to deck you with the refrigerator. You thought this, but he unplugged that shit off the wall. Let's get money.
There will be a lot of in-jokes and terminology you don't understand,
That's
but
fine.
you'll pick it up soon enough through context clues.
Yeah, that's fine.
And if you need a helping hand, check out the infill.net fighting game glossary. They have explanations of all the jargon.
I tried to look that up. That was useless to me. But, you know, maybe we'll run into words we don't know.
Step 2. Pick a game.
A frequently asked question among the fighting game curious is, what's a good fighting game for a new player? And the definitive answer is literally whichever game you're interested in.
Right.
I'm so serious about this. You need to follow your heart. Look at gameplay trailers, watch some big matches. Whichever game makes you feel the spark is the one that you should chase. That spark will be what fuels you when things get hard. I love martial arts cinema and pro wrestling, so for me, the game that grabbed my attention was Tekken. The pace of
Interesting.
animation is a bit slower than the stuff in 2D fighters like Street Fighter or Guilty Gear, so it was kind of like watching a choreographed fight scene from the movies and wrestling I love. Before I understood mid-low mix-ups and frame data, I understood that King did a sick running powerbomb and I loved to see it. You gotta find your access point. You like anime? You like nasty gore? You
Damn.
like ponies? Get it. But while you're following your heart, you do need to pay attention to one annoying wrinkle. Because of the old COVID, you're mostly going to be playing online, and not all games have great net play. In games that use delay-based netcode, response times can be sluggish. The good news is that if you're new, you probably won't know what you're missing out on until you taste that crisp offline stuff. If you know that you're mostly going to be playing online, consider choosing a game with rollback netcode. Rollback
What?
is an ingenious
Okay.
net play solution that pretty much eliminates the sluggishness inherent to online fighting games. If you want a cool explainer on how it works, check out this video by Core A Gaming. Here are some games with pretty good netcode.
Oh. Wait, Street Fighter's not on this? I mean, I'm excited to see Guilty Gear Strive on there because that's the one I'm most curious about. It's funny that he brings up martial arts movies and then Tekken, whereas Tekken would be like my lowest on the tier, but that's because I like improvised Jackie Chan kind of style movies. This came out before Street Fighter 6, so Street Fighter 6 does have it? Okay, so we're good there. I'm assuming this is like StarCraft's netcode does a thing where you perform an action and then it assumes it worked and delivers the goods to the player as fast as possible and then confirms it later on the back end, letting everything run very smoothly without lag. So it sounds like probably those other games use netcode where it confirms everything as it's delivering it, and that can cause that huge amount of lag. Street Fighter 6 is great. Cool. Because that would be like the one of the actual like 2D fighters that I really want to get into. That's okay. That's what rollback is. Perfect.
If you're not sure if a game has rollback, just Google it, and you'll either find a bunch of blog posts like Punch Kicker adds rollback, or a bunch of Reddit threads like, how come Punch Kicker doesn't have rollback?
Step 3, gearing up.
Another common question is, what do I need to start playing fighting games? And the good news is if you play other types of games, you're good to go. You need a console or PC and a controller, and that's it.
Fight!
Also, a good internet connection. More on that later. You might think you need a big fancy fight stick, but there's really no direct correlation between performance and equipment. Lots of the best players in the world grew up using readily available console controllers and still absolutely kill with them. And the skills and knowledge you develop using one type of controller are totally transferable. There's just a short recalibration period where you need to develop some new muscle memory. That said, if you have the resources and the inclination, fight sticks can be a lot of fun. They're tactile and hefty.
Oh my
and they
God,
make
it's
good
huge.
noises. So let's talk about them. Most of the sticks you'll find are ball-top square gate, meaning the joystick moves around in a square frame. It makes it easy to lock in important fighting game positions like down back. You can just physically feel it. Another less common configuration is bat top K lever. These ones don't have a gate and they use a rubber.
What? No. This is the perfect time. This is exactly how everyone's stuff looks. Please. We all shed. Our dead skin is everywhere. Let it flow. Show us the reality.
To return to the neutral position. The result is that they're a bit spongier, and you gotta be more precise with your inputs. Unless you're planning to go all in on Tekken or you grew up on these, I'd steer clear for now. Finally, hitbox-style controllers replace the joystick with more arcade buttons. They take some getting used to, but they allow for extremely precise inputs. But maybe the biggest benefit is that they're pretty damn ergonomic. Cranking on a fight stick can stress out your shoulders and fingers. My elderly thumbs don't have what it takes to mash on a D-pad anymore. A hitbox is comfy and lets you nail your inputs without straining. Most controllers work with PC and one type of console. If you ever plan on attending a local event, I'd suggest going for a controller that will work with the PS4. That's what they're going to be using there. Tuning your control setup is fun and it can become a hobby of its own. But the biggest message I want to give you...
Oh, wait, hey, okay. cheat boxes? Was that this thing? Because you can very clearly know you're going down right at the full access of down right and therefore deliver exactly a down right performance? Or is that just, it's just fun because they're expensive and people like to rip on them? We hate well, hitboxes are very different, at least in terms of video games. When they came out, some people hated them. Okay. Oh. But it's good to know the memes. It's good to know the memes.
Do not gear gate yourself. Don't put an artificial boundary between you and the thing you want to do. You're just denying yourself the pleasure of playing and getting better. But let's talk about a real boundary.
Step 4. Pipe check.
What?
If your connection to your opponent is not steady, you're simply not going to have a nice time playing with each other.
Oh, okay.
You'll be more likely to biff your execution, but more importantly, it'll just be sluggish and jittery.
Yeah, that looks like ass.
So most of the online fighting game community adhere religiously to the Ethernet cable, because direct wiring takes a big failure point out of the networking pipeline.
Well,
The anti-Wi-Fi sentiment online is severe enough that it will affect your experience. Lots of games have Wi-Fi indicators, and opponents are less likely to accept a match with you if they're worried that you'll have a dodgy connection. That means you should get wired up. When I had roommates, I would run cable down my hallway when I was playing and then coil it up when I was done, so our common spaces weren't a constant tripping hazard.
You get an alert if someone has Wi-Fi?
This might involve some negotiation and compromise, but it's absolutely worth it.
Step 5. Choose your fighter.
That's ridiculous.
So, who are some good characters?
Why would
for
you
new
do that
fighting
to
games?
yourself in the first place? Is there like... That's wild. That sounds so miserable. That sounds like a terrible, terrible way to play. Wi-Fi warrior. That's so crazy that oh my God. I can't believe there's actually an alert for it. Yeah, maybe it's coming from playing MMOs, right? Like you would never subject other players. And like at best, maybe you think there's some sort of teleporting advantage or tilt you're going to have involved. That's crazy. Frozen Hunts, thank you for the 27 months. Hi, hello.
Players. The answer, regardless of the game, is whoever you think looks cool. Once again, your enthusiasm.
I'm not hating if that's the only way you play, obviously, it's the only way you play. That's fair. I personally wouldn't even think it would be a deal because you yourself would want that experience to be the best, smoothest connection you have possible to you.
Is going to be the emotional well from which you draw the motivation to grind out combos and do the difficult work of learning. And you don't always have to pick the Ryu of the game to learn the fundamentals. For example, when I started Tekken 7, I played King, because I liked that he was a huge kitty cat man who did all my favorite wrestling moves.
Yeah.
He's a great character, but he also has a big, bloated moveset that he's picked up over decades of Tekken games. He's got some complicated inputs, and as a grappler, he approaches combat differently from most of the roster. But I liked him. I liked the way his moves looked. I liked his vibe. So I had the motivation to put in the work. Later, when I picked up Guilty Gear Strive, I went with Soul Bad Guy, because he's kind of the Ryu of that game, and he was really strong at the time. I thought that having a high-tier character who exemplified the fundamentals of that series would help me learn. So I tried for a while, and then I fell off, and told myself maybe Guilty Gear wasn't for me. A few months later, I came back and I tried the character who I really wanted to play all along, and it all clicked. I loved looking at my little guy, I loved his gigantic hands and his booty drop, and I love busting. So I was motivated to play and learn. Don't let tier lists or meta discussions dissuade you early on. Pick who you think looks cool. I literally cannot say this enough.
Step 6. Learn how to play.
That seems
Once you've
obvious to
selected
me. It is the advice I've gotten the most today, which is just play what you want. But yeah, I think it's an obvious statement. I think there are people who are always going to be more meta than others. And there is, when it comes to ladders in video games, there's often a time period where the meta players do really good. And that's when everything's very established and things aren't changing at all. And then there's a time period where players who are creative do very good. And that's whenever there's a balance patch. So I think that's an obvious statement, but it's worth noting. I definitely am more curious about Guilty Gear Strive, but the health of the ecosystem of Street Fighter and knowing it'll go on to make additional games is what's kind of drawing me that direction.
Little guy, hop into training mode and start hitting buttons. See what they do. See how it feels. Some games like Guilty Gear Strive and Mortal Kombat have decent tutorials that explain fighting game fundamentals and include challenges to test your knowledge. Any fighting game worth playing will also have a full command list in the start menu. If you like what you're feeling, hop onto YouTube and search for some character guides. This is a really cool thing about fighting games. They are complicated. There are hurdles to overcome, but that complexity is also what makes them so satisfying and fun to play. And people want other people to share in that fun, so they'll put in hours and hours and hours of work to make wonderful guides. Like and subscribe. Character guides are great. Looking at your move list in a game is helpful, but it doesn't instruct you on the overall strategy for that character. A good guide will highlight the most important tools your character has and how to use those tools to win. When you watch a guide, don't expect to internalize everything all at once. That's a ton of information and it's just not realistic. I've watched the same guides over and over again over the course of weeks, months, and even years. Every time I rewatch, I'll notice the things that I've learned and incorporated into my play, and I'll make note of the things that I still need to do. In terms of written resources, that's going to depend on the game you're playing. Guilty Gear and other ArcSys games have comprehensive guides on dustloop.com. A lot of Tekken info is in Google spreadsheets that get passed around on Reddit. Figuring out where your game lives online is just a matter of Googling. As you watch and read, hop into training mode and work on a few bread and butter combos. Don't worry about optimizing yet. You need to develop your muscle memory to the point where you can hit your combos at all. A few days after I picked up Tekken, I got on Twitter and posted a video of me hitting King's most basic, unoptimized combo. I did it, I might have said. And a passing commenter might have asked, did what? This will be a pattern that repeats over your time in fighting games. You're going to put a lot of effort into mastering things that to outsiders appear inconsequential and to experts insignificant.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's not an accomplishment.
That's the joy of it, though.
Good job.
Thank you.
But nailing combos only accounts for a tiny percentage of what goes into playing a match. And the only way to start figuring that out is to fight.
Step 7. Fight. A human.
A human? That's fair. Thank you to Fjord Explorer, who says Guilty Gear is healthy. It's just that everyone's listening to the soundtrack. There are plenty of games people love but do not play. Could happen. Could happen.
Sitting here on this screen for the first time can be scary. I mean, maybe not for you, maybe you're some sort of real fucking cool guy. But for me, not knowing what would happen when I hit that matchmake button was nerve-wracking. Another real human being is about to see you fumble around with your buttons and drop your combos and forget to block in real time. But it's okay. It'll be fine. As intimidating as that human-to-human connection is, it's also absolutely...
They can't talk to you, though. They don't have a keyboard, right? Like, there's probably taunts. If you know Hearthstone, you know well played spam. Do fighting games have well played spam? My assumption would be like Super Smash Bros. Would be too dangerous to do that because you will get aced while you're taunting. Samuel J, thank you for the super. I want to extra emphasize learning one easy combo and a few normals to push into neutral. 9% of getting gold or high in every game. Sounds like memorizing a build order, knowing the proper items to buy. But yes, having a decent opener. Do you think of like in terms of like opener, mid game, late game in a 2-minute match? You can taunt, but you just get raw. Okay. Okay. Yes, there's spamming. Yes, I played Street Fighter on my friend's Super Nintendo, and I would do the guy with the long arms just in the corner doing that because I found it funny. So yeah, you control, but the opportunity for them to tilt me in a non-victorious way hopefully is lower. Sometimes the biggest taunt is a super long, low damage combo. Okay, yes, that could be tilting. That's fair. That could be tilting.
Absolutely core to the joy of fighting games. Now, I'm not saying there's no value to fighting the CPU. It is a good way to keep learning your own character's moveset and develop muscle memory. It can also help you familiarize yourself with the capabilities of other characters. You can learn that Sagat has this big kick and this uppercut and, whoa, 2 different fireballs. But once you've mentally logged that stuff, there's not much more it can do to prepare you for fighting a real person. Despite advances in fighting games,
I don't think I've ever seen this game. This would be Killer Instinct? I don't even think I've actually seen Killer Instinct.
AI, the CPU won't string those moves together like a human opponent, and fighting a robot is just not as fun. So take a deep breath, set your expectations low, and hit that matchmaking button. Or one of those matchmaking buttons. Most fighting games are going to have a couple of options, so let's go over those.
Yes, okay,
Ranked
please. This is what my question is.
Tracks your performance and skill using a bunch of different metrics, then attempts to match you against opponents of the same skill level. Usually there's some sort of meta progression here, as you earn new titles or badges, or in the case of Strive, literally move towards the top of a tower. The obvious pro here is that as a new player, you should be paired up with other new players, so you'll actually have a chance of winning. And winning feels good.
Yes.
The con is that even when you're fighting for fake online points, that sense that you're being evaluated changes everything. Getting bumped down a level after a losing streak can be really demoralizing.
What?
It also changes the...
What was that? What is this?
Fake online points. That sense
I know that. That's probably the old guy with the hair, or at least the son or something. But what the holy crap is that thing? Killer's Instincts is like the entire roster of classic movie monsters. I think I'd get a kick out of it. Wait, that's from Tekken? It's an actual cutscene? What's with the poor tree bot? Don't worry about it. Okay, moving on.
Can be really demoralizing. It also changes the behavior of your opponents.
Still haven't transcended humanity, huh? You lack discipline.
Separating your self-worth from your performance can be tough, and it makes some people act really silly. It can cause people to get obsessive about their win rates. They might duck you in matchmaking if you play a character that they have a hard time against. They might bail out of a set the moment they lose. They might send you nasty messages. Quick tip on this if you're worried about getting shit from toxic players, lock down your message settings ahead of time.
Okay,
now,
fair.
I know I just listed a lot of cons that make ranked sound like shit, but it's actually fine. The other option is unranked. Here, the matchmaking will just stick you with another player. Any other player. Or you'll meet up in some sort of virtual arcade setting. Unlike ranked play, there's no digital clout on the line, so people are much more likely to play long sets. That's a good thing. In fighting games, even at the highest level of play, there's always an adjustment period between opponents. Pro players have the knowledge and experience to tune up quickly, but for beginners it takes longer. Let's say your opponent is using a technique that keeps blowing you up. You might not have time to run to a website and look up...
Why is there salt? Why does it say elderly victim? I'm assuming the other bars are important information, like Keep Your Guard Up and King of Iron Pin. And those would be their images for like their Steam accounts, and one is a frog with a gun. Their name is Salt? Why is it Salt? Oh, they're hiding it. Oh, they're censoring it. Oh, it might be inappropriate. Okay.
The frame data, but in a long set, you do have more opportunities to rummage through your toolkit and try to find something that'll solve your problem. And if you find a solution, you have the chance to test it out repeatedly and start burning it into your muscle memory. The most obvious downside to unranked matchmaking is that you might get paired up with somebody who is way, way better than you. But that's not really a downside in my opinion. Losing 20 matches to a very experienced player is a great way to learn. You learn which of your reliable strategies aren't really viable against better players, and you get to see the strength of good fundamentals. And you'll see something that you are very unlikely to see in the beginner
looking at the
ranks.
names. I'm not even hearing what it's
The
saying.
power of not pressing buttons. When I started playing unranked Tekken, I would fight opponents who felt like absolute brick walls. They would just block, punish, and whiff punish. Every loss was the result of me overextending and using unsafe options. So I tried to emulate their style, and gradually I got better. I still love hitting buttons though. Anyways, both ranked and unranked are valuable. If you stop having fun with one, try the other for a bit. And on the topic of having fun,
Steady. Struggle.
You
Transitions
lose.
are delightful.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
at the end of a fighting game match, you win or you lose. There's no teammates to blame for not pulling their weight. There's no XP meter sliding up to reward you for your participation. You will, beyond a shadow of a doubt, lose a lot. Self-doubt and frustration can feel overwhelming when you're in the thick of it, but it is all a part of the process of getting better. So here are a few tips for getting through it. Separate your self-worth from your performance. Okay, I know this is kind of like saying stop being mentally ill, but it still needs to be said. You are not your
This is a really
win-loss
important thing to
ratio.
say.
Getting demoted doesn't mean you suck as a person, even if it feels that way. And if you start feeling that way, it's time to take a damn break.
Yeah.
Taking a break doesn't just let you cool off, it makes you better. When your hands are off the joystick and you're doing something else, your brain keeps gently churning on those situations, looking for the solutions that you couldn't find in the heat of the moment. Your body is rewiring neuron pathways to make your execution smoother and better. Playing fighting games feels a bit more like a traditional skill-based hobby like playing guitar. There's a base level of effort and self-direction you need to get enjoyment out of it. That means that you won't always have the mental energy to do it. And that's okay, don't force it. A break from fighting games can be a couple hours or a couple months. The games will still be there when you get back, and your body will remember what to do. Watch replays. God, this one is so hard. It's like hearing your voice in a recording or seeing yourself on video. Do I really do that? You do. But it's so valuable and you can't neglect it. Most fighting games keep a log of your most recent matches with the ability to play them back. You should take advantage of that. Seeing yourself play can help you recognize habits that you want to correct. It can also help you appreciate what you do well and what you want to do more of. And when you're feeling really brave, take the next step. Show your gameplay to someone else and ask them for tips. But before you can do that, first you need...
Step 9. Community and competition.
Okay.
This can be one of the greatest joys of fighting games. The fighting game community is the name of the collective, but it's not monolithic. There are hundreds or thousands of Discord communities out there for fighting games. Some are game specific, some are character specific, some are geared towards certain demographics and skill levels. Do some Googling and ask around on Twitter until you find a place that feels good for you. Whether it's folks you meet through these communities or your own network of friends, playing fighting games against someone you know is so good. For me, knowing who's on the other side of the connection completely obliterates the frustration and antagonism that I can feel playing against random online opponents. Partially because it's just more humanizing when you know that person, but also because you can ask questions in chat. If you're in a good community, your opponent isn't going to keep any secrets. Because people who have decided that they want to get good at fighting games have signed an unspoken contract of mutual self-improvement. Iron sharpens iron. Fighting stronger opponents makes you stronger, so a good sparring partner will explain exactly how and why they're winning, until it's time to compete.
Very well then. Far be it from me to turn down a challenge. And from a fellow
What is
pugilist.
this?
Through
So,
your community
Street
or
Fighter
just by
6?
being online, you might come across
5?
some online tournaments, and you should sign up for them.
Really?
Tournaments are really cool. They offer you the chance to do a lot of things that you won't get in your casual play. First of all, it's one of the few times you and your buddies will step into that magic circle of competition.
Are there 4? Okay. Older than I thought. Are there automated tournaments like Warcraft 3 would have these very nebulous like weekend events where you could sign up and just play as much as you could. You face an opponent who's currently in that tournament, and then it would end on the far side. I have no idea if it's Thankrend's VA or not, no. More or less? Okay, I love the look of that unranked room. That looked fun. I think it looked like it was Guilty Gear back when he was talking about that. Unranked is kind of scary to me because just like that is the mode that is just never populated. But I guess if you only need one person to play, you never need to worry about that kind of thing. Has to be said, more than anything else nowadays, please support online tournaments and your locals over the big major events. I don't think I'd be signing up for any major events anytime soon. But that is fair. That is fair. Sometimes they sell their Pokemon cards, though, and you can't get any. Virtua Fighter has some damn fine tournaments. Okay. Feels and sounds like an arcade. That seems like what a lot of them are going with. I know Street Fighter 6 kind of has like an arcade campaign sort of situation, just looking from the outside. That's why I wouldn't mind, right? Like that Strive room he showed, it kind of looked like we could all load in it together and just sort of wander around as little pixel dudes and pick fights. That could be fun. That could be a fun time getting my ass beat.
Mutually and temporarily agreeing to set aside the helpful hints and just going all out, seeing who will win. If you're used to mostly playing friendlies, it's fun to try out a different vibe. The other useful thing is that it's fucking scary. At first. The first few times I did online tournaments, I literally got shaky and sweaty. I forgot my combos and I mashed buttons. But each time I did it, it got easier. And once you've played under pressure, you'll be better in casual settings. Random matchmaking doesn't get my heart rate up like it used to. Finally, a lot of tournaments are streamed on Twitch, which means you might get a chance to rewatch the VOD and hear someone commentate your match.
Oh, that is cool.
Like a lot of parts of the fighting game process, this can make you feel vulnerable, but a good commentator will put into clear terms what's going on, and that can be an incredible learning tool.
They're opening. They've proven they're pretty good at fighting out of the corner. Already, Doublemint now back thrown into the corner. Again, huge life deficit, but the other way around. Gets hit by the stomps. No, but drops it at the target combo.
It has been a long time since I heard casting. Oh, takes me back.
One of the many wonderful and intimidating things about fighting games is that there's no prescribed end goal for your participation. There's no final boss or end game treadmill. Even the best player in the world is only the best until someone surpasses them. No matter where you are in your journey, in some sense, you're still at the beginning. That means you won't always know the next step forward, but it also means you're never falling behind. And as long as you're on that path, learning and having fun, you're doing it right.
Damn. That was a really smartly done video. I liked everything he's had to say. I think you laid it out really well. I think he laid it out amazingly. It's wild to fathom that you can go through all these emotions in a 2-minute time frame. Coming from StarCraft and MOBAs, and even FF14 rating, where you just put in hours and hours and hours. But I guess you probably just put in 10 matches and an hour goes by. That was really good. That was a good video. I really, really like that. That's why everyone recommends it, even though it's old. It was good. It was good. SF6 also has the Battle Hub, which is similar to the arcade lobby. That seems like what they're kind of trying to capture again. Can we share memes now? I still wouldn't understand them. You're welcome to. I won't stop you from sharing memes. In the Discord, I did link the fighting game channel if you want to post links in there. I'm currently pinned about something. Oh, here we go. Oh, I actually kind of wanted to watch this. This was the... Okay, the archetype, the blockbuster, how to become anime. Oh, this goes over everything. That's a huge video. Okay, let's first watch the button mashing one, because that's the obvious thing. I'm assuming it's just stay calm would make the most sense to me. Panicking's gonna lose you any video game. SF6 is a total vampire. Well, yeah, just, you know, one more match, right? The time flies by. Let's check out this video.
Button mashing in a first-person shooter doesn't work because you just waste...
By the way, this is Core A Gaming. This video has 1.9 million views, but it's from 7 years ago, so obviously it's just good advice.
Your ammo before you got anywhere. It doesn't work in real-time strategy because you wouldn't even be able to select your starting units.
That's fair.
Commander,
that's fair.
Tutorial videos awaiting your review.
And mashing in a driving game would probably look like you were really drunk. It's obvious why it doesn't work in those games because random button mashing is the video game equivalent of violently flailing your limbs. That's why it kind of makes sense that people button mash in fighting games. Most people don't know how to fight in real life. Violent limb flailing might be a good strategy for beating your younger brother or sister, but everyone knows that this is far from martial arts mastery. It is understandable why people do this. When you have no choice but to fight, it's better to do something than to just stand there getting hit like a dummy. Game developers understand this, which is why they've taken measures to make button mashing do cool things. Mash punch to punch a lot, mash kick to kick a lot, mash L to do all this.
Wow.
Stuff like this could make limb flailing a bit more dangerous, but it won't make button mashing any more of a viable strategy against people who know what they're doing.
It's a button mashing fighting game.
So what are these people doing that mashers are not? Why does button mashing not work against them? To find out, we have to go back to the beginning of a round.
August 11th. August 11th.
In many forms of wrestling, the round starts up close, sometimes really close. In pistol dueling, which was an actual Olympic exhibition in 1908, the fight started from about 20 meters away. But in video game fighting, you can have a wrestler and a gunwoman in the same fight, allowing players to battle in all sorts of ranges. Guess who has the advantage at this range? And at this range?
That's the guy.
The fight ideally starts where neither person has a significant advantage, a situation where it's neutral for both fighters. If you're mashing when the round starts, you might get hit like this. Mashing randomly fails to consider which attacks have good reach. The side perspective in these games help you gauge distance so you can clearly see your positioning and attack ranges. Having a longer reach means there are ranges where you can hit them while they can't hit you. Why use a stubby jab at this range when you have engine blade? Another problem with constantly attacking is that...
okay, so I don't know anything, but I guess this isn't the first... So Tifa's not the first Final Fantasy character to ever be in a Street Fighter game. I didn't know that. I know that guy's from 15.
You have engine blade. Another problem with constantly attacking is that when you start an attacking animation, you cannot block until it finishes. The longer the attack animation, the longer you're vulnerable to getting hit. Whipping in a...
That's Tekken? Oh, I guess Street Fighter has shown quite a bit more cartoony the majority of the time. Clive was in Tekken? So Street Fighter's actually like... Wait, has Street Fighter done crossovers before? Is this scandalous? Okay, that's the third time I've seen footsies. What the heck's a footsie? That's where you rub your feet together on a date. Clive is an 8. What's an SNK? Tubi was in Soul Calibur? Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. I'm not unfamiliar because he had Link in Soul Calibur, and wasn't Darth Vader and Yoda in a Soul Calibur or something like that? But Street Fighter's just never really been into it for a bit. What are you doing, camera? Okay, there we go. It's positioning. Oh, is that like stutter, like when you're just like trying to get into the range that would be best for your abilities? SNK is poking at each other in neutral. So you'd be trying to judge the range of the other person's ability. Oh, jeez. Right. Because you would have knowledge of the character's range. So you could just lose by just being in the wrong range in the whole time. That yo-yo girl, does she have a minimum range, or like can you avoid the yo-yo by being in the string range, for instance? Because that looks super frustrating. Whatever's going on with yo-yo girl, that looks like a terrible way to lose a match. Just by being hit by yo-yos for a whole time. Knowing the space and time where you should react. Okay, all right, fair. Keep watching, let's go.
Attack and getting hit before you can block again is called a whiff punish.
Oh my goodness!
Fighting games loosely borrow this logic from real fighting. This whiff, then punish, is called a cross counter. Just like in any fighting sport, attacking carries risk. It's especially dangerous in games with long-range moves that start up quick, lead to good damage, and have long recovery animations when whiffing. The hard slash in the Samurai Showdown series is one of the most notorious examples of this. Whiffing it is
ill-advised.
Another problem with constantly attacking is that you often cannot attack and control your movement at the same time.
Okay.
And movement matters because your positioning determines if an attack will reach or not. While you can't move your head like this in most games, you can move your feet. When you form a strategy based on movement and striking ranges, you have what people like to call footsies.
The kick I'm doing is the most effective move for both ranged footsies.
But the movement doesn't necessarily have to be with your feet, because video games have magical characters that can wheel, fly, unfly, or even hover because you happen to be a punching bag. One definition from the Street Fighter-based Footsies Handbook describes footsies as the mid-range ground-based aspect of fighting game strategy, and Hi-Fight has made an entire game around this concept called footsies. This game is so mid-range and ground-based that there's no jumping, no projectiles, and no knockdowns. But what kind of strategy can you have with something so simple?
Well, obviously.
Well, the first lesson of Chapter 1 in the Footsies Handbook shows one of the most basic strategies. Walk into your opponent's striking range and immediately walk right out to bait them into whiffing an attack. Then whiff.
What kind of bait was that? Like, oh, there's no way a game with nothing but fundamentals would be any fun for anybody. What's that game have in it? Math? No one wants to do math?
Punish. Here it is at normal speed. The strategy is referenced so often because you see it across so many games.
Down 4-1 and down 4-2 inside. That's all AK is doing right now, but oh, he can't whip!
There are countless strategies, but their effectiveness will differ from game to game. This might be why it's hard for people to agree on what footsies are, and why it's kind of turned into a buzzword. And this raises the question, on what footsies are, and why it's...
What is this name? X late street? Under night in birth?
Kind of turned into a buzzword. And this raises the question, if footsies are about movement and striking ranges, can't everything be considered footsies? Sure, but there are times when your amazing reach doesn't matter as much, like when you're up close and personal. No matter what anyone says, there is no law that requires you to play footsies. Sometimes you just want to brawl, but you can't just walk up to a skilled fighter without getting hit. That's why most games let you do much more than walk. You can run, roll, dive kick, demon flip, homing teleport, dash, rush attack, or even do a homing dash attack. These things can help you quickly bypass the fighting at further ranges and get right up to your opponent's face. Playing this way is known as rushdown, or the more derogatory Unga Bunga.
The hell is Unga Bunga?
That's right. Unga Bunga!
When people are hurling their entire bodies at you, it can be pretty dangerous. So, how the hell do you stop this insanity? Well, if you're good enough, you can try to hit them before they can get to you. For example, hitting someone out of the air is called an anti-air, but this requires precise timing. Just like swinging in a baseball game, you can't expect to be successful by mashing. mistime it and get struck out, or in Fighting, mistime it and get knocked out. This is one reason the Dragon Punch, aka Sheng Long, is such a good anti-air. It covers this whole area. But sometimes their rushdown will be too fast for your reactions, which means you might be face to face. Now finally, both of you are close enough to hug.
So because he exists for such a prolonged period, it's not only the range that he's covering, but he's delivering the attack. Whereas a very quick uppercut or upper kick that ends soon would not cover the duration of them going to the ground. So it sounds, I mean, honestly, my connection point would be Dark Souls. But it sounds like really important hitboxes. You gotta have a game with good hitboxes. And if the game has animation lock, then there's actual strategy. So my question would be, are there any fighting games that are considered good that don't have animation lock? Because you can like play, I don't know, I'm trying to think of one that I've enjoyed, but I'm trying like maybe like old Ubisoft games where like you could be mid-swing and then you could go into a block. And those games are fun, but the depth on them is always very shallow. You never feel like you actually accomplished anything when you win. You just blocked everything. Dark Souls can be very helpful despite the memes. In which direction? Wait, do fighting game people hate Dark Souls? All fighting games have animation lock. Yeah, that's how you would even get a good one out the door in the first place. They exist, but they're terrible. I'm assuming you would have to have that to even be functional. They vary a lot. You can cancel some animations, but all of them require some amount of commitment. Guilty Gear has the Roman cancel, but that's a resource you spend. Sounds kind of complicated, but I can get into it. People hate Dark Souls comparisons. Oh, we're just talking in general. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Nobody wants to have their game called Soulsian or anything like that. It's reductive. It's sometimes the only touch point you have looking at a certain game, but it's absolutely reductive. Guard cancel. Depends on the game. There might be characters that can feign. Now, if anything, Dark Souls is a little similar to 3D fighters. I can see the connection of lining up, choosing when you're going to commit, lowering your block, getting hit in the face when you do.
But up close, the fight becomes very different for reasons other than being able to grab each other. There's little room to move forward, and the reach of your attack is less important because any attack will reach. What matters more here is who will grab or strike the other person first, which is determined by attack speed, or more technically, the startup animation.
Oh,
Naturally,
sure.
the
Wind
move
up,
with the faster startup speed will beat out the slower ones, assuming the buttons are pressed at the same time. A reason why Fox's Shine is considered one of the best moves in Melee is because it starts up in one frame, aka instantly.
Oh,
that blue light special, man.
And that jab that I called stubby earlier will beat out the engine blade up close because it's much faster. When you hit someone during their attack startup animation like this, it's called a counter hit. And depending on the move or game, the attacker might get rewarded with extra damage, more combo opportunities, or in Punch-Out, an instant knockout. So how do you know which attacks are faster than others, and by how much? You could eyeball it, but it gets really hard to tell when we're talking about moves with differences of a few frames. A frame is 1/60th of a second, which is the unit of time used to measure speed in fighting games. But thanks to cool people, there are frame data guides that show you the speed of each attack. Since the one jab is the fastest move Noctis has, you decide to jab up close, but your opponent blocks it. This is where the attacker is stuck in an attacking animation and the blocker is stuck in a blocking state known as block stun. The question is, who will be the first to recover and do a follow-up attack? The answer is Blue Noctis. He gets to attack one frame sooner because his jab made him +1 when it was blocked. I know this because
because they're both the same length.
If both Noctis followed up with the jab here, Blue Noctis would beat out Red Noctis by 1 frame. If a move is 0 on block, they both recover at the same time, hitting each other. If a move is -1 on block, the blocker gets unstuck first by 1 frame and wins the exchange. This is called frame advantage. Each of the thousands of moves out there
Okay.
has an on-block and on-hit
Yeah, that
value
makes
that
sense.
determine what your best follow-up options are.
Easy peasy.
Not relevant for a beginner. No, but it's really interesting to apply like your knowledge with other games to something you've never done. So here it's basically card advantage. Like if someone was like, oh man, I have such good mana curve and card advantage, you'd be like, I have a 5/5 trample, what does it matter? But there are other ways to win.
Lemon squeeze.
The speed of the jab and its +1 on block frame advantage is why multi-EVO champ JDCR made an entire video discussing the importance of Tekken's one jab.
초보자분들이 잘 이 게임을 보일 때 잘 못 보는 경우가 뭐냐면은 되게 큰 기술만 많이 봐요. 뭐 넘어뜨리는 기술, 띄우는 기술, 데미지가 센 기술. 근데 실질적인 격투 게임의 과정은 누가 그 기술을 먼저 유효하게 히트시키냐가 관건이거든요.
Does he have a key in his stick? Is that what's going on right there? Because that'd be kind of badass if like you're like you actually had to unlock your shit at the tournament. Well, yes, the card advantage is changing every 60th of a second, yes, but that I can fathom the importance of it. Having a 5/5 trample is called a grappler. I love trample. I love 5/5. I wish I could play green solo mono green forever. So maybe when we get into characters in the game we pick, we can really kind of get in it. It might be glare, but it is kind of badass. Big if true.
작은 기술을 써야지 안전하게 큰 기술을 쓸 수 있는 상황을 자기가 만들 수가 있어요. 또 원잽 자체가 실패했을 때도 리스크가 거의 없어요. 보통의 위험한 기술들은 내가 막 허치거나 막히면 리스크가 커서 이제 반격을 당하지만 원잽은 뭐 프레임도 실질적으로 이득이고 허쳐도 자신이 당하는 후딜이 이제 리커버리가 크지 않기 때문에 많은 역할을 하는 기술을 할 수가 있죠. 이런 이제 초보분들이 잘 못 보는 부분을 이렇게 조금 작은 기술에 좀 포커스를 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
The frame advantage can also help explain why you get hit in certain situations. This is me blocking Law's Dragon Hammer move. The Law players watching will know that I shouldn't be matched.
Okay, I can't. I have to rewind. I was looking at the button.
The frame advantage can also help explain why you get hit in certain situations. This is me blocking Law's Dragon Hammer move. The Law players watching will know that I shouldn't be mashing buttons here, but I did, and I died.
Okay.
This move is +3 on block, and its follow-up attack has a startup speed of 11 frames. That means I needed a move with a startup speed faster than 8 frames to beat out Law's attack. According to the frame data of my character, that move doesn't exist. This means no matter what attack I mashed, I would have gotten hit by Law's follow-up move. In other words,
it's a trap!
More specifically, a frame trap. Frame traps are one of the top reasons why button mashing doesn't work.
After Asuka's Wild Standing 4, on hit, you cannot sidestep. You cannot press a single button, otherwise down 2 will counter hit launch you. It's something that Fergus likes to call the scrub killer.
While being plus is great, being minus can be really bad. If your attack on block has enough minus frames, your opponent will have enough time to punish you before you can recover. But sometimes, even if you have enough time to punish, you might not reach. The pushback in Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo is huge. One block sweep can send you back to Footsie's range, and one extra fireball can take you to the end of the screen. ST Ryu says a lull to your nerdy frame data while zoning you out with fireballs. At this range, your punches and kicks won't reach, and if you don't have a projectile to fight back with, you have to dodge and close in. Mashing here will be as effective as mashing here.
Okay.
Fatality.
These are situations where the striking ranges of punches and kicks are less emphasized, but there are also moments when movement is less emphasized, like when you can't move. If your footsies, ungamentals, or fireball game are godlike, you might score a knockdown on your opponent. The downed player is at a disadvantage because they cannot move or attack, while the standing player can do whatever they want. This is where the honorable player will step back and let their opponent get up and take a breather, right? Of course not. This is where you make their life hell. While your opponent is down, you have a chance to move in closer or run away. whichever is best for your character. Depending on your positioning, you might also get a chance to attack your opponent as soon as they get up. The art of attacking your opponent while they're getting up is called okizeme. Oki from the Japanese word to wake up, and zeme from the word for attack. Like a lot of beat-em-up games, you usually can't hit them while they're on the ground because they're invulnerable, but you can do the next best thing. Time an attack so it hits them the very first moment they're vulnerable. This kind of attack is called meaty, but meaty is a spectrum.
Oh, that was so meaty!
The later in your attack animation you hit your opponent, the meatier it is, and the sooner your animation will recover, giving you extra plus frames. Button mashers tend to eat meaty attacks like a barbecue buffet because they're always pressing buttons while waking up instead of blocking.
Wait, there was a Sailor Moon fighting game?
So the solution is to just block.
There was a Sailor Moon fighting game? It even has the characters in the background. What's the Sailor Moon fighting game? So there's iframes for getting up. Do you get to choose how long you lay down for, at least? Or do you automatically get up? And it's degen as hell. And it was peak. Oh, and it was sick. And it was made by the Guilty Gear people. Holy shit. No way. They just ran an online tournament tour too. Okay, man. Wow. I don't even know why we're listening to other games. So it depends on the game. Game dependent. Okay. Yeah, that sounds super frustrating, but I guess you could take advantage of if they're doing something or moving ranges. This one is really interesting to me. I mean, the meat of this video is fascinating because I'm applying it to my other game knowledges, like maybe Monster Hunter, where tactically laying on the ground while a giant breath attack flies over you, genius move, everybody wins. However, in this case, something in my limited fighting game experience was having people just stand over you and punch or kick over and over again. Super frustrating. I had no idea how to deal with it.
Right? Oftentimes, yes, but depending on the type of attack and direction, you have to choose the correct way to block. High or low and left or right. When the attacker makes this ambiguous for you, it's called a mix-up.
I'm gonna block this whack-ass mix-up.
But what if you don't want to block and you don't want to get hit? There is another option. In addition to being a good anti-air, Shenlong is also one of many different types of invincible reversals. If timed correctly, these moves will be invulnerable at the moment you get up, allowing you to go through the meaty attack and hit them instead. So how do you defeat Shenlong and stand a chance? You just move away or block. Ryu is exaggerating about Shenlong the whole time. And of course, to beat block, you grab.
Right corner pressure, Powell going in. What's next? Another one? And three? No, don't tell me four! Don't tell me four! Don't tell me four!
As you can see, okizeme is about commitments and decision making because the timing of the exchange revolves around someone getting up. Some games like Tekken let you hit people on the ground and from the ground, but you still have to get up eventually. And sometimes, $60,000 can be riding on the one decision you commit to.
60,000 with one mix-up!
So are these sick reads or lucky guesses?
Doing some shit off of somebody's wake-up is a guess.
This can get pretty political, especially waking up super while American.
Not enough to kill.
Oh, he's got him again! Three for three!
Such is the nature of okizeme. Some or all of these concepts apply to every fighting game, but each game will have a different take on how they work. And the diversity of characters allow there to be unique playstyles within the game. But the other aspect of what makes these characters interesting is how you play them. One of the most memorable Street Fighter matches was a DreamHack Winner 2013. An unknown amateur Ryu who went by the tag Gandhi had such a bizarre playstyle, he tilted his more orthodox opponent and ended up beating him.
FSP is completely, I want to say mind-effed.
And this match kind of ended up being the Echemono of Street Fighter, a well-intentioned beginner uncompromised by formal training. But while Gandhi was playing at a beginner level, he was far from randomly button mashing. These jabs, even though he was whiffing against a crouching opponent, indicate that he understands quick attacks are preferable at close ranges. Him jumping back and throwing fireballs shows he wants to throw.
Which one is the one that's not trained? I don't actually know from the information. They both look like they could be trolling. Ryu, the one with the headband. Okay. Because it looks like Rufus is the one doing the trolling.
Pressure using some basic okizeme, even closing out a round with a meaty jab. And of course, he uses invincible Dragon Punch reversals on his wake up to stop pressure. A lot.
Jump.
Not be doing this. I wouldn't even be. Wait the team.
Oh my goodness.
Gandhi might not have known how to FADC combo into Ultra like his opponent, but he had a semblance of the basics, and it was enough for him to enter a tournament, win a match, and have a great time doing it. Isn't that what everyone's trying to do, after all? This was Gerald from Quarry Gaming. Thanks for watching. If you get a chance, please check out the new merch store. There's some awesome new stuff in there.
Well done. Well done. 7 years ago. Oh my god. That's pretty good. That was fascinating. That was fascinating. I would have to know how to apply it, but that is great information to have. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of iframe stuff. That frame advantage stuff was really cool. I really like the crunch on that. What is super armor? That was targeted? Yeah, absolutely. That was definitely the crunchy sort of stuff. I go, no way. No way. That shows depth. That shows depth, which I like. I assumed there was going to be like iframes and knowing which move to have. I didn't even consider knowing the ranges on the character. And in terms of looking at a character and be like, can I take them? I asked that earlier, is there rock, paper, scissors? And people were saying yes. I don't know. Super armor is when you can tank a hit and have your move go through. Is that like a point system? Being immune. Yeah, no, I'm not. If I actually took that in, I would be intimidated and I would stop the journey right now. So that's not happening. I'm simply going to say that information was so cool. I learned a lot about why something moves. And in particular, I'm really happy I watched that because now when I lose, I won't have that part of my brain that says, hey, this game's broken and bad. It will go, what happened? What did I not understand? And what actually transpired that gave them the advantage and let me never hit them? But as for, poise. Okay, poise. Poise was sick. That's how I beat Dark Souls 1, was nothing but poise. Cool. Just know that fighting games have endless depth. Yeah, I could have made that assumption blindly, but this was really cool. I mean, this really reminded me of watching StarCraft. Like, when someone would show up in your base with something that you didn't know you could do, and you just have no way to counter it because it's so against the norm. And that's what makes fighting real people so fun. And I would say, what was it in this video? He was like, hey, don't fight computers, start fighting real people. My initial reaction is, let's fight nothing but computers and avoid real people at all costs. But if you ask me, hey, how do I get into StarCraft? I'd be like, don't even bother with that dumb AI, no matter how awesome it is or how much they push their big think or whatever it was called. It sucks. You're never going to learn what actually happens. And certainly when it comes to MOBAs, except for you could totally get dogpiled by Dota 2's AI, they just are freakishly and move like crazy. How do you get that many mutas already? Yeah, exactly. And then you would find out in the replay that he built the base closer to you so that when he was making the mutas, they were actually already across the map to begin with. Fighting games and StarCraft have a lot in common. My interest is also like, yes, But in 2 minutes, like that's kind of where like my fascination lies. Like, can I have that fun, interesting ranked experience and just condense it for my modern lifestyle? Don't look at me, corporations. Please keep making 30-minute games. I do not want to hear how you've taken a 30-minute game and made it 2 minutes. I just want to play a really good 2-minute game. I hated proxy rushes, but I was a Zerg player, so I had my own brand of bullshit. Like when he was like, you know, what do you do? Back up and like respectfully let them get up? No, exactly. When you kill all their SCVs, you win. You keep winning. What do you do when you're winning? You keep winning. A lot of frames in 2 minutes. Yeah, exactly. I've no doubt there's a lot to deduce in that time. Yeah. Some of the AIs are crazy. GSL day 9 dailies. Yep. Yeah. Working data entry downtown Chicago. Watch that all day long. 3 hours round in a single match now. No. I do want something short. Yeah, I play. Yeah, so I think we're going to watch the next video. But definitely it sounds like there is perhaps maybe character selection, then finding a couple of combos just to be functional. It sounds kind of like making a deck for a card battle, or like I need a mid-range instead of late game. I need a late game card, you know, my 9/9 indestructible. Like instead I need a long range, a short range, and a mid-range that deals damage. I love big two-handers. I think watching that last video, that'll be my weakness, is I love big, slung, chunky, half your health and giant freaking move destructions. But he just made it sound like winning by 1,000 cuts is the best way to do it. When was this made? This is a year old. When did Street Fighter come out? Street Fighter 6. I know it's been through a couple seasons, but I don't know how long their seasons are. June 2nd, 2023. So this should have Street Fighter in it. May and June. Wait, hang on. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh, it's just straight up wrong. This thing is old. This thing is extremely old. 2 years. So this won't. Yeah, 2023. It says 1 year at the top for the summary. That's just because we haven't hit the 2-year mark in September. What are your videos like? What's your bread and butter? Like what are you making week after week? Oh, interesting. He doesn't make a video very often. That explains the production value on it. A really well-made video. Can game mechanics be art? Preaching to the choir. Sure. Yes, of course.
When Riot revealed the gameplay trailer for its upcoming fighting game 2XKO, a user on Reddit described the game as a Tekken-like, which caused a collective facepalming of fighting game fans. It was like someone saw these spring rolls and called them burritos.
Burritos? Well, they're spring rolls.
Tekken and 2XKO are obviously different to fighting game players, but it's not surprising how these games could seem similar to the layperson. Look at how many have a character select screen, a side view angle of both players facing each other, and life bars depleting towards the center until someone is KO'd. Win enough rounds and win the match. How can these games be all that different if so many share these fundamental characteristics? But the same can be said about a genre of music like rock.
Wait a minute, this sounds like rock and or roll.
Rock music mostly has some combination of electric guitars, bass, drum kits, and around 3 to 5 members, but everyone knows punk rock is not the same as blues rock, which is not the same as technical death metal.
Okay, alright,
There
fair.
are so many different types of rock music now, but if you go back in time, you can trace its roots down to the father of rock and roll, Chuck Berry.
If you were to try and give rock and roll another name, you might call it Chuck Berry.
Many artists contributed to the birth of rock, but Chuck Berry is described as the one who came closest to putting all the essential pieces together, thus forming an archetype. So too with fighting games, if you go back far enough, you can find its archetype, Street Fighter II: The World Warrior in 1991. Yes, it was inspired by many iconic fighting games before it, but they also served as prototypes that laid the groundwork for what Street Fighter II would become. Karate Champ in 1984 brought forward the 1v1 side-view martial arts game, but its clunky double joystick gameplay did not hold up over time. ER Kung Fu had health bars and multiple characters, but it was sadly single-player only, and even with all the lasting innovations Street Fighter I had, it still did not let you select a character. These games were popular and sold well, but none would get close to the impact and success of Street Fighter II, which would sold well, but none would get close to the impact and success of Street.
What was there, Will Smith? Street Fighter 1, we don't talk about? No, it's not a part of your history, right? Look up the arcade cabinet for Street Fighter. Okay. Oh, this is looking good. What is, look at this side picture here. It's incredible. Oh my God, you can buy it. Okay, I don't want to buy it. I don't need to buy this. Wow. With the shop vac. That just makes me wonder what Capcom was doing at the time too. That is, everything going on right there is wonderful. This is beautiful. All right. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. That's fine. Samuel J., thank you for another super. Honest Kyle, you may enjoy the season's Young Ladies Don't Play Fighting Games, which has Street Fighter 6 clips and the narrator explains various concepts. Wait, is this like a slice of life anime about fighting games? It appears it's on Crunchyroll, so that means they're certainly screaming a lot. And they have bloody mouths. Are they actually getting punched? What's going on in this show? Ah, is it doomed? And its peak. Okay. I'd say the closest thing I've ever watched to a fighting game show would be Shangri-La Frontier, the episode where they go back to their really bad fighting game because they're both really good at abusing bugs. Their souls yearn for combat. Fair enough. Seven says, you know those problems you had with Metal Gear Solid 2 and pressure-sensitive buttons? Guess what Street Fighter 1 had? At the at the cabinet? That's advanced technology. Damn.
Street Fighter II, which would go on to sell over 22 million copies across platforms. It just had the right combination of design and gameplay that became the basis for so many fighting games going forward, including major titles being made today. So what exactly are these design and gameplay elements that made Street Fighter II so successful that it transformed the arcade culture from one of getting personal high scores into one of beating a human opponent?
You win!
Yeah! Well, for starters, obviously a versus mode. Having the objective be to mess up another human player is what largely distinguished the fighting game genre from the single-player and co-op beat-em-up genres. It's why people were confused when Sifu got nominated for Best Fighting Game at the Game Awards.
What the holy dumb Excuse me?
If there were a classification tree...
Okay, what was Sifu? All right, I know that. Okay, we're gonna focus. I just don't know what Sifu is. and why that mattered. But then again, we just look up Steam charts, and fighting games is all kinds of weird stuff, like Batman Arkham. Third-person realistic brawler. So it just had fighting in it. The circle I drew. Thank you. Be gone, circle.
For fighting games post Street Fighter II, the fundamental characteristic at the top should be a versus mode. From here, we branch off into two categories, archetypal and hybrid, or if you prefer, traditional and non-traditional, or, I don't know, classic and modern. Like many games before it, Street Fighter II was a 2D fighting game with a side perspective where both characters are always facing each other. This means that the character movement is described as moving backwards and forwards as opposed to merely left and right. Because it's a 2D game, you cannot evade attacks by moving to the third dimension any more than the original Pac-Man could jump over ghosts. This is why these NPCs can be so chill when a fight is happening right in front of them. They know they'll never get hit. Modern versions of these games might have 3D models and environments, but if the gameplay still takes place in those two dimensions, you still have a 2D
more
fighting
relaxing.
game, though some will call them 2.5D. But while you cannot evade by moving into the third dimension, you can evade by going up really high. So characters jumped higher than their own height, making the combat look like Cirque du Soleil. Making use of the 8-way joystick of the era, up was neutral jump, up forward was forward jump, and up back was back jump. Each of the 3-way jumps are at fixed heights, trajectories, and distances per character. Hold forward to walk forward, hold back to walk backwards, and hold down to crouch. Simple enough, but the directionals also control the blocking. You hold back to block, which is the same input to walk backwards, and hold down back to crouch block. If you've noticed, all the jumping and blocking are done on the 8-way joystick. This is because the creator of Street Fighter I, Takashi Nishiyama, wanted a 6-button game in an era where 2 or 3 was the norm. He would argue that a 6-button game wouldn't be too complicated if all the buttons did the same thing, attack. Nishiyama got his way, and Street Fighter would have no jump button and no block button for over 3 decades and counting. But there was an unintentional consequence of a hold back to block system, which had become a major part of the archetypal 2D fighting game to this day. The problem, or feature, of hold back to block is that the input for back changes depending on if your opponent is to your right or your left. If your opponent is to your right, you hold left to block. If they're to your left, you hold right to block. Simple enough, but which way should you hold here to block? Left or right? It's hard to know which direction is back if you don't know if your opponent will be to your right or your left. In this case, you must hold right to block because the opponent ends up to your left when the attack connects. Tricky, but that's what makes it so good. An attack that suddenly requires you to switch blocking direction to defend is called a cross-up.
So the first guy I ever saw do cross-ups, his name was Tony Tsui. I was doing cross-ups myself, but didn't even know I was doing it. I just do that for whatever reason. If I jumped into somebody really deep, all of a sudden the guy couldn't block it.
A big part of fighting games is to make your opponent defend incorrectly by mixing them up, which is unsurprisingly called a mix-up, but more specifically in this case, a left-right mix-up.
I always want to see this stuff on ESPN. Let's get rid of the spelling bee already. I don't care about kids memorizing words out of a dictionary. There's no resets in the dictionary. There's no cross-ups in spelling.
But it's hard to cross someone up when they're a moving target. Luckily, Street Fighter II also introduced knockdowns, which rendered a player immobile but invulnerable until they got up again. With the opponent on the ground, you can get in position to plan your mix-up. If it hits like this, there's a small window where you can score another free hit afterwards before the game will let your opponent block. This glitch is what we now know as a combo. From here, you can do a special attack before your attack animation finishes and get a third free hit. Game is starting to look busted now. Look at this janky animation transition. Starting another move before the previous one finishes its animation is called canceling, a staple feature of the 2D fighting game archetype and extremely impossible in real life. Street Fighter II lead designer Akira Nishitani said, "We thought this was quite interesting and it didn't seem to cause any bugs, so we decided it could be a feature to expand the gameplay." So, another genre-defining accident.
Okay.
This whole glitch-filled attack sequence where you planned your left-right mix-up feels like you were setting your opponent up, which is exactly why they're called setups. But the left-right mix-up would not have worked if the game did not have hold back to block.
This is where combos are cheating memes starts. That sounds like you're fighting the whole purpose of the game, though, right? Like you're just staring at reality and say, I wish it to be different. I don't think that's how you should live your life.
And use the block button instead. This is what Mortal Kombat did in 1992. When blocking is done with a button instead of a direction, there is no left or right blocking to worry about, meaning no left-right mix-up game to be had. Whether Scorpion throws his spear or does his side-switching teleport punch, the answer is the same, block button. This would actually be a nightmare to deal with if you had to hold back to block, because you'd have to walk backwards to block spear and forwards to block teleport punch. But funny enough, this nightmare came true when Scorpion became a guest character in Injustice, NetherRealm Studios' first hold back to block fighting game.
How can you say that this move has been toned down? Look at it, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know.
It breaks the rules of the game.
This became a great example of a guest character bringing over their abilities into a host world only to harass its people with never-before-seen technology. Basically, what I call the Predator effect. Calls for tournament bans and nerfs would reach game director Ed Boon on social media, where he acknowledged the issue and promised changes. A glance at the 15-page thread on the Mortal Kombat forum testyourmight.com shows how divided people were when they found out Injustice would be a hold back to block game. Mortal Kombat is unique for being a major OG 2D fighting game that is not hold back to block. Its rock music equivalent would be Elvis, a major OG rock artist who stood out from the others by doing his own thing and taking the performative aspects to the next level.
Huh.
But even without a left-right mix-up game, you can still have the high-low mix-up game. The question of whether you should stand block or crouch block, also known as
I knew about this
high
part.
or low.
Yeah.
The rule established by Street Fighter II was that blocking high will defend against high attacks and jumping attacks, but lose to low attacks, which makes intuitive sense, look how vulnerable those ankles are, and blocking low will defend against both low attacks and high attacks, but will lose to jumping attacks. Not as intuitive, but that's the rule still used today.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But high-low mix-ups in Street Fighter II weren't so scary because crouch block covered all attacks on the ground, and jumping attacks were easy to react to with stand block because everyone jumped so damn high. But there was a downside of crouch blocking, which was that you couldn't move. So a spacing game was played where you'd try to tag your walking opponent with a quick and long low attack while avoiding or blocking theirs. One of the earliest examples of footsies, the strategic combat focused on movement and attack ranges. But even still, crouch blocking was really effective, so they had to add a couple things that could beat blocking, namely throws and chip damage from blocked special attacks. But as you can see, Street Fighter had a this beats that, but that beats this kind of rock, paper, scissors gameplay, but with every choice contingent on timing and spacing.
Tomo taught me a method called the TDR. Timing, distance, and reactions.
But a way to bypass this spacing game on the ground is to do a jumping attack. But the downside is that you cannot block in the air, making it risky. A big part of the game was to make people impatiently jump at you so you can strike them out of the air, also known as an anti-air.
What an anti-air!
This is how the game of fireballs and uppercuts became central to its gameplay. Street Fighter II's combat schematic became the foundation of the 2D fighting game and has been used in countless titles. But like with anything, the archetype would evolve, and in the early days, much of it was thanks to SNK, who poached the makers of Street Fighter I, Takashi Nishiyama and Hiroshi Matsumoto. While Capcom focused on refining Street Fighter II gameplay with all its bazillion updates, SNK was working on new fighting game franchises and innovating like crazy. Matsumoto's Art of Fighting in 1992 would introduce meter, super moves, taunting, and dashing, where you tap forward or back twice for quick bursts of movement. Street Fighter would add all these mechanics to its core gameplay much later. In '93, weapon-based fighting game Samurai Showdown introduced running, tap forward twice and hold, something Mortal Kombat would again add a button for. Backdash and run would become standard in many fighting games going forward. But not all innovations stuck around. Nishiyama's Fatal Fury was the most experimental at the time, with its kind of 3D two-lane battle system, hold down forward to crouch walk, and a 2v1 co-op mode that made the good guys look like bullies. Nevertheless, with so many fighting game characters under their belt, SNK made a crossover game called The King of Fighters 94.
Oh, I've heard of this one.
This introduced a team battle system where each player picks a team of 3 characters and the order in which they appear. When a character's life bar...
Okay. Oh, God. Okay, so this is a lot. But, so this is starting to... I'm really happy I watched this, because this will help me identify if I play something, why I might not like it or I do. But I don't know which one I'd like if it was like whole block or back to block, but that sounds completely different. And I totally get it. The meter thing reminds me of like people trashing on Bloodborne and being like, ew, guns are integral to gameplay, I'm out. Or when a strategy game comes out and goes, we're cutting the macro. There's no need for macro. My game is nothing but battle. And you go, what's the point of a strategy game without a macro phase? Localization knows the UK calls crisp. That can't be true. That can't be true, sir. Thank you for 35 months. Well, let's do it. Know your flavors, yeah.
Is depleted, the next character on the team takes over. The player who can eliminate all 3 of their opponent's characters wins the game. As their new flagship fighting game, SNK would continue to add features in each iteration. KOF 94 introduced spot dodging, a way to dodge in place for a moment to avoid attacks. A kind of a pseudo-dodge into the 3rd dimension.
Super Smash Bros.
In KOF 95, they experimented with the option to do a longer 3-way jump, and Fatal Fury 3 experimented with the short hop. By KOF 96, you could do a running short hop called a hyper hop, which allowed for some sneaky high-low left-right mix-ups. Combine this with rolling, an evasion mechanic that goes through fireballs and people, and you've essentially got the control scheme for what we know as King of Fighters gameplay.
Are fighting games a lot like Call of Duty in that the vast majority of people just move to the next big one and then to the next big one, the next big one? Is there a lot of franchise identity, like people who only play Street Fighter and then they go Street Fighter, and refuse to move until a new Street Fighter comes out? Depends on the series. So probably when you get into franchise and like brand loyalty, there's probably more people who kind of go linearly, but most people move along in a straight line. Really just split down the middle. People tend to love old games. They tend to like them. They stick around. That's why I think of Shangri-La Frontier, where, yeah, he's playing this new one, but he loves to go back and play his broken piece of shit because he knows all the ins and outs of it. Look at how many people still play Melee. True. Good comparison. Good comparison. Or StarCraft, right? StarCraft 1 had its remaster, and lots of people went back to that because it was considered to be more competitive. Marvel vs. Capcom is an interesting one because looking at each one of them from the outside, I actually don't know what's different from one to the other. Because they all maintain a very similar style, which is, I think it's a very strong look. But I guess, yeah, I just assume the next one has more characters, therefore you would want to go there.
Tons of new movement and jumping options added to the 2D archetype.
I think what makes KOF unique in the current era of fighting games is that its movement options are kind of like a happy medium between what you would find in old Street Fighter and also in anime air dashes and whatnot. Like, there's a run option, which increases the speed of regular interactions, several different kinds of jumps that all have strengths and weaknesses, and classically also just really good buttons.
In contrast, modern Street Fighter at the core still uses controls from Street Fighter 2, but with forward and backdashing added from 3 onwards. Yes, Street Fighter games have had mechanics like long jump, parries, custom combos, and focus attack, but these act more like guess mechanics that change from game to game, which is why each Street Fighter iteration is so different yet so familiar at the same time. But the thing that binds Street Fighter, KOF, and other SNK games together is the rule that you cannot block in the air. This keeps players closer to the ground, which is why there should be a subcategory for grounded fighting games. A great example of a grounded fighting game is Capcom vs. SNK 2, which lets you choose which mechanics you want your character to have through its groove
Oh my
system.
god.
It merges and compresses basically a decade of fighting game history into one game and tries to create all these different mechanics or permutations of mechanics from each game's original series to make those characters feel like they could be at home. You can play with SNK style systems like with a spot dodge or with rolling with short hop. You can play with charge style meter or the stock style meter.
That sounds
You get a
insane.
rage gauge and K group that's kind of like Sam shows, but with just defend that makes it feel a little bit like Garo Mark of the Wolves. But you can also play Capcom characters in those SNK systems, and you can kind of mix and match to really get something that feels like it's what you want.
Patrick, #1 USA player at this moment.
After Super Street Fighter II Turbo was released in 1994, Capcom finally started to flex their own innovations with Darkstalkers, their first post-Street Fighter II
Oh,
fighting
hey, that's that game, yeah.
It would introduce a third type of blocking, hold back to block in the air. But there was a caveat. Air blocking could only block jumping attacks, not attacks from the ground, which includes uppercuts. This kind of partial air blocking was found in Street Fighter Alpha, and more recently, the Granblue Vs. series. In terms of offense, Darkstalkers implemented a primitive form of chain combos, where a loosely dialed-in series of buttons would magically do a combo, a departure from the stricter link-based combo timings of Street Fighter and KOF-like games.
Oh.
It was around this time when combos were being recognized by both the players and the developers, and Combo Mania had hit a peak with the release of Killer Instinct, a game with a unique combo system that allowed you to do some that exceeded 10, 20, or even 30 hits during a match. But with great combos comes great one-sided gameplay, so they also incorporated a way to stop your opponent's combo in the middle of it, the combo breaker. But preferences for a combo breaker system can vary, and typically SNK and Capcom fighting games tend not to have them. But while Capcom says no to combo breakers, they were completely okay with adding dashing. Darkstalkers was the first Capcom game to add dashing for the entire cast. But these were no ordinary dashes, and they varied from character to character. Some would hop, slide, or even fly like Morrigan. But Lord Raptor would go one step further and break the laws of physics by performing the first dash in the air. We'd also see cartoon physics in World Heroes, where the two ninjas performed the first fighting game Double Jump in 1992. But how absurd would it be if everyone could air dash and double jump? What if everyone could also do chain combos? What if people
I didn't know
could
they
block
made any fighting
anything
games.
in the air without caveats? It wouldn't be absurd, it would just be anime.
Really? Wait, it's an Atlas game? Really? Like, obviously I know nothing. But really? I freaking love Unicorn Overlord. Atlas is one of my favorite publishers because they remind me of Warhammer. They don't give a shit about what they put out. And they'll just go, yeah, whatever, it failed. Anyway, I'm putting on something else. What's that? Let's publish something else. It's fine. It's fine. Did they just publish it? Okay, they just published it. Not developed. Okay. Okay. Even so. Still strikes me similar to Warhammer.
Guilty Gear in 1998 would have air dash, double
So they were
jumps,
just
and
a
true air
publisher.
blocking for everyone,
Interesting.
opening up way more interactions in the air and truly distinguishing itself from its grounded counterparts. This new type of 2D hold back to block game was called anime.
Oh, hey, there's that Under Night and Birth XL Lore CT thing. Anime Air Dash. There's Melty Blood. I remember those words from the beginning of stream. I think we looked up the Persona fighting game earlier.
Air Dasher. As a side note, the anime fighting game type mostly refers to the gameplay, not just the aesthetics. Some anime-looking games are known to have more grounded gameplay. I'm looking at you, Granblue, and DNF Duel. Anyways, in Guilty Gear X2 onwards, they added a clever combo breaker system called Burst, which became a defining mechanic of the series. It's clever because you can only do it when your gauge is full, which means there are times a player can do their combo uninterrupted, times when they can enjoy the counterplay of breaking the combo, or times when they counter the counterplay by baiting Burst and starting another combo, this time uninterruptible. These big brain mechanics are common in anime games, and it's where you can find the most creative and nerdiest systems akin to what you'd find in a collectible card game. In Under Night In-Birth, this grind grid gauge measures who has the most grid blocks by the time this ring-shaped meter is full, which then puts that player into a Vorpal state, which increases damage by 10% and gives them access to chain shift. Would you like to learn more? Here's 27 tutorials and a PhD when you're done. How about a game with such long, unbreakable combos that players have time to take selfies while they're getting hit? Anime games take the 2D archetype and bring it up to 11, visually, mechanically, and musically. If Street Fighter II is Chuck Berry, anime games might be progressive metal.
You know, they used to tell us our songs were way too long. We used weird time signatures and there were too many guitar solos. In fact, this song is in 17/8, so try to tap your foot to it. But we just won a Grammy, so I'm glad we didn't listen.
But Capcom had been building up to their own anime-like game, or more precisely, a superhero comic-like game.
Huh.
Right after Darkstalkers, Capcom released X-Men Children of the Atom, which introduced their take on universal super jumps. Instead of making a longer fixed jump arc like in King of Fighters, super jumps in X-Men went really high. Like, so high they had to draw twice as much stage background vertically. They even made an indicator for the other player that was off the screen below. But it wasn't just the jump height that was unique. Super jumps also let you drift your character left and right in the air for the first time, kinda like you do in platformers. You could also do multiple attacks in one jump, and characters like Storm had an 8-way air dash, and Sentinel could literally fly. Combine this with the fact that you can block anything in the air, you wonder why even be on the ground? You'll just be susceptible to high-low mix-ups anyways. In the air, there is no standing or crouching state, so there are no high-low mix-ups to worry about. Holding up back to jump and air block because you're too chicken to deal with a high-low mix-up on the ground is called chicken blocking. But this made air combat so good that they also improved ground mobility with dashes that you could cancel into other commands. You could even dash and cancel into another dash, which is known as wave dashing, allowing players to move extremely quickly on the ground. But with movement, blocking, and multiple attacks all available while super jumping, you ultimately got a lot more battles in the air, like a superhero comic book. This type of fighting game alone would be enough to distinguish itself from other genres, but this series of games was just getting started.
They're just flying. Go for the air grab. They're just trying to go for the air grab.
I don't think I like that. I don't think I like all that jumping. I think I want something a bit more... I'm looking for something a little more respectable. A little more, you stand over here, I'll stand over here. We could jump, you know, obviously. Jumping's a power, but I don't think I want to turn into a triangle in the bottom corner because the other person jumps so high.
In 1996, Capcom would release X-Men vs. Street Fighter, which would become one of the first tag team fighting games, not to be confused with the existing team battle system in KOF, which only switches characters when one gets eliminated. A tag fighter lets you switch between your selected characters with a command, and depending on the game, you can even fight simultaneously with some limitations.
Oh, sure.
But
okay.
what really changed everything was Marvel vs. Capcom 2, which let you call out your teammate to briefly assist you in the fight, also simply known as calling an assist. Again, SNK
really
had
cool.
a primitive version of this back in KOF 94, where you could call in a teammate only if you were stunned or in a hold. But in Marvel, you could call an assist almost any time you're able to attack, allowing for some oppressive offense and combos. Like, how do you block when your opponent hits you jumping while their assist hits you low at the same time? If perfectly synced, it's theoretically an unblockable. To give the defender a chance against this kind of oppressive offense, there was a mechanic that pushed your opponent away while blocking called push block. But the downside of having multiple characters on screen at once is that you can also get them all killed at once. When two characters of the same team are caught in a deadly combo, it's ironically called a happy birthday.
Oh my goodness. Happy birthday.
And in the rare case it's 3 characters, it's called a Merry Christmas, giving new meaning to the joy of giving.
Oh my goodness, that was a Merry Christmas. Well, I ain't seen a Merry Christmas in years.
Marvel vs. Capcom 2 would establish itself as an archetype for 2D tag fighters, which became known as a versus game. But this tag system is also seen in games like Skullgirls, BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle, and Dragon Ball FighterZ, which are varying blends of versus and anime.
Okay. That sounds cool. I can see the value. It's just pure value. There's pure value. You're hitting their team. They can't get out the other guy because he's now half health because he took a happy birthday. God forbid a Merry Christmas. That's fine. That sounds okay. That sounds okay.
If you look at the 3 subcategories of the 2D hold back to block games, you can notice there's a gradation that goes from you sure you want to jump all the way to why the hell are you not jumping?
Wait. Is it really that direct? Is it really? So do I have to jump if I want a happy birthday? I think no, just in the 2D spectrum he's laid out here. This seems important. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna go put this in my sheet. Where'd my save go? Get back here. What'd you do? Okay, give me this file. I want this file. Perfect. Thank you.
The archetypal 2D fighting game evolved to go more upwards. Makes sense because you certainly can't.
Yeah, I don't think
go
I should
into
start on the
background.
left side of
But
that spectrum.
What if you could? Rewind back to 1993 and you have Virtua Fighter, the first 3D fighting game with actual polygons and a 3D camera. At first glance, it looks like a 2D fighting game just with 3D graphics, but this is no 2.5D game. The background is now empty because it now has become part of the playing field. In terms of fighting games and gaming in general, it was revolutionary. There's an old Game FAQs guide from 1994 that describes it best.
Take a look at this. I found this on the internet.
Different is good. With the release of their first ever fighting game, Sega has broken new ground by designing the only current martial arts game whose draw isn't violence or the ever-popular magic moves, but whose draw is realism, fluidity of motion, and genuine martial arts techniques. But this focus on realism and genuine martial arts also affected the gameplay. Walk speeds were more realistic,
Jack Black, an episode
attacks
of
had way more frames of
X-Files?
animation, and high jumping became much
Never watched
less
X-Files. I was
to the point
too
where
scared.
3D fighting games
I was a
eventually
child.
phased them out. This basically eliminated the left-right mix-up game, and like Mortal Kombat, 3D fighting games focused on the high-low mix-up.
There it is! Arslan Ash is your Tekken 7 champion!
The high-low blocking rules are similar to 2D games, except that highs are now always duckable, and jumping attacks are now called mids. They changed the name because in 3D games, most attacks that beat crouch blocking could now be done from the ground. Moves like gut punches, knees, and hop kicks became typical indicators of mid attacks, and Virtua Fighter suddenly made it extremely dangerous to crouch block because you cannot react to most mid attacks like you can with Cirque du Soleil jumping attacks. In later 3D fighting games, these mids could launch you and lead to a juggle combo, easily doing 40% or more damage. Whether they knew it or not, the mid would become a game changer. Over time, more and more 2D fighting games started to have mid attacks of their own called overheads, with a visual cue of an attack hitting downwards or a hopping attack, but they generally aren't as scary as mids in 3D games. Because crouch blocking became so risky, it became overall safer to stand block, which is the opposite of 2D hold back to block games. But the high-low mix-ups get even harder to block because Virtua Fighter allowed you to press certain sequences of buttons which would activate a flurry of attacks that can be a mix of high, low, and yes, mid attacks. These are called attack strings, and recognizing these patterns can help you defend against them, but with so many strings and variations, you're bound to get hit by something. This is the high-low mix-up game of the archetypal 3D fighter, and in a way, there are a lot of parallels to modern Mortal Kombat, which also has attack strings with mids and a juggle-centric combo system. But Mortal Kombat is a 2D game. What was it that made Virtua Fighter play like a 3D game, not just look like it? In 2D fighting games, you cannot hit a knockdown opponent by default. The attack just goes through them. This was likely preferable to being able to always hit them, which would lack any meaningful counterplay, unless you had some kind of shrimping mechanic or let everyone move like Aki. But in a 3D game like Virtua Fighter, they allow you to hit downed opponents because the counterplay is simple and elegant. Side roll into the background or foreground. This paved the way for the sophisticated get-up games 3D games are known for, and over time, 2D games started to add more get-up options to have more counterplay against setups.
Oh, I did like that. I did like being able to roll That was Soul... Wait, Soul Calibur? I guess Soul Calibur was 3D, wasn't it? Okay, so I don't like Tekken necessarily. From my experience as a child in the arcade of Nickel City in Albuquerque, New Mexico. But I did like Soul Calibur, so maybe I won't hate Tekken. I just had a bad experience. Because being able to roll and get up was nice, because then they just kept chaining. I hated getting ringed out, but it was pretty easy to avoid once you knew how to play. But it was just awful if you didn't, man. If someone was playing you for they're like, hey, check out this cool game I just got, and they just ring you out. Freaking hate that.
But the lateral movement in Virtua Fighter could only be done when knocked down, and sidestepping in a 3D game wouldn't appear until Tekken 2, but only one character had it.
Okay, so Tekken 2 was a 3D game, obviously, but it didn't actually have 3D movement. The only person who could actually do a sidestep was Kazuya. It's called the misstep, and all you do is do forward neutral, and it like that.
What?
It'll move in and out. You can't really control the direction of it. It'll just randomly either go right or left. But he was the first one to do it.
Side dodging
That's
as a universal
so
mechanic was
weird.
introduced in Battle Arena Toshinden in 1995 with this rolling move. In 96, sidestepping appeared in Virtua Fighter 3 using a new dodge button. In 97, Tekken 3 got tap up or down to sidestep and has had it since. In 98, Soul Calibur introduced its distinctive 8-way run system where you can move freely in 8 directions on the ground. Even with lateral movement, the characters would still automatically face each other, and the camera would lock on to the side perspective, though sometimes the cameraman needed to be fired. The ability to move laterally gave players 2 new ways to avoid attacks, sidestep left and sidestep right. In a way, this kind of replaced the role of jumping high to avoid attacks in 2D games, which is evidenced by 3D games phasing out its moon jumping. Jumping in 3D games evolved into realistic jump heights with the purpose of going over low attacks, but not mids or highs, further expanding its high-low gameplay. But in one of the most controversial examples of the Predator effect in Tekken 7, guest character Akuma uses his 2D Street Fighter jump to go over Jin's otherwise safe mid-attack and do a 95% damage combo.
I can't believe what we're seeing here. Look at the life bar.
That was the first time where people really started talking about Akuma before like the Pakistanis came around, you know? And I think that moment in itself just shows just how dumb Akuma was, if we're being honest. Having access to tools like jump, which unfortunately crushes highs, mids, and lows, I think that's just not fair at all. And again, it breaks the rules, the fundamental rules of Tekken.
I'm Vincent, Super Akuma, they call me. I'll let you guess what character I play. Akuma is built around having great lows and not so good mids, right? Obviously he's got good mids, but it's the lows that are the real problem, so you have to duck more. In 2D games, most of your time blocking is crouching and you only get up for overheads. But in Tekken, it's the opposite, where you're standing and it's the lows where you make the read or react and duck.
You should not lose for simply holding back, and I think that's the problem with Akuma. If you just hold back, you're going to die, and there's no other character like that, besides the 2Ds, of course, and that's not Tekken in my eyes.
I think he would be less hated, probably still hated, but less hated if he was just a brand new Tekken character. The fact that he's a guest, you know, people are kind of xenophobic in that way, I guess. Because right now they feel like they're justified. Like, oh, he's got nothing to do in Tekken. I mean, yeah, but it's been 6 years, get over it.
I think I've just gotten used to it at this point. I've been told many times by people, oh, all you gotta do is backdash versus Akuma. I think that's great advice as well. I should backdash to the wall where I get killed for holding back. Great.
That's a mind trip. That takes me back. They put Overwatch characters in Heroes of the Storm. People freaking hated it because they moved different. And it wasn't like a normal MOBA anymore. They got special privileges to move around. And they went nuts. So this is definitely, so you log into your game and all of a sudden everyone's playing one character because there was some esports this past weekend where some character showed up and everybody wants to be that and try that now. So you have to deal with this influx and you're like in bronze or whatever, staring up being like, how is this happening? Why do I have to fight 100 Genjis today? Oh, right. Genji had some esports match this weekend. Now I have to deal with a whole weekend of Genjis. Guess I'm going to take a week off. So I have to fight Genji every single match.
Great advice, guys. Thank you very much.
Oh no, Spag! What's happening? Oh my god! It's the blow! Joker!
While the 3D fighting game has become its own subgenre, it's difficult to make further subcategories because there are not.
Was there a problem with Bayonetta and Smash? Seems pretty normal. I guess I've never really messed with her.
Nearly as many 3D games as there are 2D games, and the major 3D franchises are distinct enough to just be their own thing. In a way, Virtua Fighter can be likened to Buddy Holly, whose everyman persona brought a realism to rock and roll, while also pioneering new recording techniques like double tracking to give a more three-dimensional sound.
5D?
By the late 90s, the market was saturated with fight.
Okay, I didn't really understand this.
Games, most attacks are now called
crouch block low but high, standing block mid. So that's because a 3D fighter doesn't have a lot of, you can jump, but for the most part, not a lot of jumping happening. It seemed like the jumping that was happening was more like bunny hop and slow, not so powerful stuff as like we saw in that Capcom. Which, I like that. I like Soul Calibur. I do not remember Cervantes in College Soul Calibur jumping around much. I remember that weird Volo dude, I think his name was, who would do like cartwheels. All right, so you stand. Well, how is that different than a high? Because it's always duckable. Oh, I see. This graphic is because he introduced the idea, but really, if we really wanted to, like, I think I've figured out my confusion here. Let's see. Hey, where's my shiz? I think this is just a simple graphical confusion. Yeah, so I think this was just because he was breaking it down, and if we just take this and move it down, it's basically the same thing. So this is here, this is there, standing block box stuff. I got it. Yeah, okay. It's just a breakdown. There's a Soul Calibur 6?
Mids.
So we're on to 5D fighting games. Smash 4 Bayonetta has 0 to death combos on release, as well as punishing you for attempting to hit with a safe move due to her witch time mechanic. Can't say I've ever played House Super Smash Bros. To that level. That sounds awful. Thank you for the super.
By the late 90s, the market was saturated.
Oh, Soul Calibur 6 bombed. Oh, it was. Wait, that was the one with Geralt, with Rivia and all that? Oh, I never played that. He'd be great. His little tiny spells would be great for that.
With fighting games that were based on both the 2D and 3D archetypes, so naturally there would be games that combined aspects of both. In 1997, Capcom released Rival Schools, which had the familiar gameplay of 2D games like high jumping, magic moves, and special attack cancels, but it also allowed you to sidestep into the background like in a 3D game. But these games were not very common.
Oh, the one with the character creator, yes, where people made like handsome Squidward and stuff like that.
And even Fighting Layer, which started its series with this kind of gameplay, ended up shifting over to a more conventional 2.5D fighting game, though it looks like they're going back. There isn't a particular term for games that play like 2D fighting games while utilizing a 3D plane, so for now, I'll just call them 5D fighting games because 2 + 3 = 5? I don't know. Maybe it'll become a thing when Tekken Cross Street Fighter comes out.
We had Tekken Cross. Get out!
But there also isn't a term for a fighting game where you can jump downwards. There's a game called Antinomy of Common Flowers based on the Toho universe that allows you to do a three-way jump upwards or downwards with the middle of the screen being the quote-unquote ground that somehow is the center of gravity with the characters floating in the air. This means you can do an instant down-back jump forward air dash cross-up. Just imagine a 5D version of this game. At the other end, there are also ultra-minimalist fighting games like Dive Kick that only uses 2 buttons and has no blocking. All these games take an assortment of aspects of all the categories to concoct something unique while still being based on the archetype. These games are to fighting games what platypuses are to mammals, and so we have the archetypal other category. If you've made it this far, congrats. This covers all the fighting game types based on the archetype, but there's still another half of the fighting game tree where things get really interesting.
Dive Kick seems fun. I'm not going to put down Dive Kick. That sounds like a fun game that was a completely different project.
One day, game designer...
Where is Power Stone? Power Stone was freaking sick. I love that Iron Man guy.
Masahiro Sakurai was at an arcade destroying someone in King of Fighters, but when he found out the players on the other side were a couple who had no idea what they were doing, he felt terrible. It inspired him to make an accessible fighting game called Super Smash Bros., released in 1999. This game was also a 2D game with a side perspective, but it deviated so much from the original fighting game archetype that people wondered if it could even be called a fighting game. The most obvious difference is the percentage system and stocks instead of life bars and rounds. The goal is to knock your opponent off the edge of the screen to eliminate their stocks, and hitting them increases their percentage, which increases how far they get knocked back. But the combat itself also takes a very different approach. Remember all that talk about cross-ups, left, right, and high-low mix-ups, scary mids, overheads, and chicken blocking? In Smash, none of that exists because there is no auto-facing, and the game's controls are indifferent to what side you're on. You just move left and right instead of forwards and backwards, which allows you to attack away from your opponent, which would be impossible in a 2D hold-back-to-block game. Smash also replaced the high-low blocking game with this intuitive shielding system. Holding the shield button will activate a protective bubble that covers your entire body until it shrinks. The exposed parts of the body are then vulnerable. This is much more intuitive than explaining to someone why this is a high attack.
Wait, really?
You also don't have to explain motion.
Okay, I mained Pikachu on N64. I would practice before sleepovers. I would put the computer to whatever my friends would play, and I would just practice day and night so I could beat my friends. I had no idea the bubble made a smaller hitbox, so it was less useful on Donkey Kong. I was Pikachu, so the shield just always worked, and I barely used it. No, I wouldn't just stand there doing lightning, if that's what you're asking. I thought it would just, it broke. It would break, right? That must have been... No, but my monster move was I would do a jump. I'd do a double jump, and right as I was about to land, I would do a second jump, and then Pikachu had like this wild like little back kick. There was like no electric power to it, but you do like this little chew thing, and it freaking wrecked. It was awesome.
Inputs because Smash did away with them in favor of a special attack button that does different things depending on what direction you're holding. If you've noticed, the way Smash works is like the many side-scrolling platformers you've played before. But also like platformers, the control you have over running and jumping is unlike anything in the archetypal games, even Marvel. In addition to double jumping, drifting, and short hopping, you can choose to fall faster by tapping down. You can also control the trajectory of your character when getting knocked around, which is known as directional influence.
Holding on, DIing in so he doesn't get pushed off.
And all this is done with a 360-degree analog stick, which is more directions than 8.
Blasting off at a protractor measured angle.
This level of control is why actions per minute enters the conversation in Smash at the highest levels, especially in Melee. It's no wonder Smash players call hold-back-to-block games traditional. But as different as Smash is from the 2D and 3D fighting game archetypes, Smash has mechanics inspired by those games, like short hop attacks, roll, which makes you briefly invincible, and spot dodge, which are all mechanics found in King of Fighters.
The most similar game in terms of movement is probably KOF, where you have a lot of different types of hops. Like you have the short hop, full jump, dash, hyper hop, and a jump in can be minus or plus depending on exactly when you time it, stuff like that.
Armada has no shield. Armada has Leffen is our EVO 2018 Super Smash Bros. Melee champion.
Hi, I'm Leffen. I'm a fighting game / Smash player, if you think those are different. But I'm mostly known for Smash, and more recently,
If you think those are
through Dragon Ball
different.
and Guilty Gear Strive, I've been known more as a fighting game player as well.
This is 2 different EVO titles in 2 different fighting games, like we talk about Rarefied Air.
I think a lot of traditional fighting game players think that Smash is, like has very different mechanics and stuff like that. The step from like a Street Fighter or a Guilty Gear or Tekken to Smash is probably not nearly as big as they think. They can sometimes have pretty similar decision making. A lot of the hit lag block stun, a lot of the grab versus blocking, whiff punishing, and movement and all that stuff. It really exists in Smash, it just has different forms. And I think that's the same thing for like, how Smash has few traditional fighting games. A lot of them were like, oh my god, you're blocking forever. Is there any real counterplay? Yeah. Maybe you don't shield as much in for as long sequences, but it's not that different from someone who gets edge carded for 30 seconds and then barely makes it back.
Edge carded.
That said though, I think it does take a long time to get used to the other if you're used to one.
Now over 2 decades old, there are many platform fighting games made by indie developers and large studios alike, and major tournaments like Genesis that specialize in these games. Without a doubt, the platform fighter deserves its own subcategory under hybrid. The rock equivalent here would be the Beastie Boys, who combined hip-hop with rock music, inspiring a new sound that would explode in the 90s to the consternation of purists.
Huh.
So platform fighting games are a thing, but what about fighting game platformers? Before Smash, there was a game called Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero, a side-scrolling platformer game that took place in the Mortal Kombat universe.
Oh, that thing was such ass. I don't know if I'm wrong, but I rented it and I returned it that night. It was so bad. I'm curious to see what he thinks. Okay. I'm glad my tastes are all right. Okay. It was shocking.
Universe. It was a cool idea, but they forced the archetypal 2D fighting game controls in a side-scrolling platformer game.
We should
which
make
ended
Garrett
up
play
being
it.
A hilarious mess. They kept the 3-way jump, motion inputs, and backwards and forwards walking, but because it's a platformer, you sometimes have to walk in the other direction to get somewhere. Their solution? A turn around button.
Oh.
The fighting game platformer never took off, and Mortal Kombat Mythologies became its own thing, but that's not always bad. All sorts of unlikely genres have crossed over into fighting game territory with great results. Bust a Groove is a 1v1 rhythm game where you can attack your opponent and they can attempt to dodge. Puzzle games have versus modes where you can give your opponent garbage. Tennis games can have supers, and so can Pong. You can PvP in MOBA or action RPGs. And of course, there's Maiden and Spell, a 1v1 bullet hell game. These games might not have any martial arts combat, but they have other elements of the archetype that give those games their fighting gaminess, and the most fighting gamey thing of all is a 1v1 zero-sum versus mode. Because each of these hybrid games are so unique without the constellation of varieties that platform fighters have, they belong in the hybrid other category. But I argue there's also a genre crossover game where you are undeniably in a martial arts fight.
Wow.
More so than in any of the games I mentioned. These games focus so much on realism, they don't play much like the archetypal fighting games at all, and have things like one-hit kills in the case of Bushido Blade, and even doctors who can stop fights in EA UFC. Yes, there's a doctor mechanic. The crossover genre here is simulator. And if you doubt there should be a distinction between a typical fighting game and a fighting simulator, consider the difference between Gran Turismo, a game that has turned players into actual professional race car drivers, and Mario Kart, a racing game where you can turn into a bullet. The difference is that fighting sims are not nearly as common, so off to the other category they go. But there is one more fighting game hybrid type that deserves its own subcategory, the arena fighter. One of the biggest things in common archetypal fighting games have with Smash is that these games all use a side view perspective. So what happens if you don't?
I like Mountain Blade kind of stuff, I think in a bigger environment, but 1v1ing that, I don't think that'd be my jam.
In 1993, Sega released a game called Dark Edge, which was an early attempt at an 8-way movement 3D fighting game with 2D sprites, but the camera did not rotate with the players.
Oh, that looks awful, but
this
cool
caused
monster.
all sorts of problems, one of which was players' bodies obscuring the opponent. They hilariously kept hold back to block, which meant if you were in the background, you could hold up to block and do half-circle downward special moves. Good luck doing the upside-down SNK motion from each direction. The fact that you could reposition and attack upwards and downwards.
That looks like a terrible failed experiment, but really cool.
But the 8-way free ground movement had been around forever in the form of wrestling games and co-op beat-em-up games in the 80s. Later, SNK took this control scheme, added left-right auto-facing, and made the fighting game Aggressors of Dark Combat, which even flexes its free ground movement before the fight starts. It's starting to feel like there's nothing SNK hasn't thought of. But you still can't attack upwards and downwards, so it wasn't until 3D engines with polygons when this could be done convincingly. And so we got Air Guys, a polygonal fighting game with free ground movement and Final Fantasy VII characters.
Really?
The camera is higher this time to prevent characters obscuring each other, and the characters can face any direction. To autoface, you must hold down the guard button, which locks onto your opponent, kind of like a 3D Zelda game. But they ambitiously kept the high-low blocking system where you could block low by either holding guard and being still, or block high by either holding guard while moving, or standing still without holding guard. Did you get all that? While seriously unique and sophisticated, it's hard not to feel like they shoehorned this archetypal 3D fighting game system into an arena perspective. Just imagine if Zelda had highs, lows, and mids. Like hold back to block in Dark Edge, it just didn't catch on. But a year later, Capcom simplified things with the game Power Stone, which had no blocking and no locking on. But it didn't need blocking because the free ground movement with jumping gave many...
But that was... I got it because it was Dreamcast. What was Power Stone available? There's no way. It was so good, but nobody played it. It had to be somehow restricted. Dreamcast, arcade... Oh, there was an arcade version of it? PlayStation Portable? Oh, maybe it did go on for a better life. Oh, 7 years later, PlayStation Portable had it, but it came out in arcade. I never saw a Power Stone machine. That was such a great game. There was a Power Stone 2. I remember that. It's out on PC? Wait, really? Okay, hang on. Can I play it on... It doesn't look like I can play it on Steam. Where do you buy Power Stone today? I mean, the graphics were insanely good at the time. I remember being quite wowed by the Dreamcast. Part of the Capcom Fighting Collection. Oh, the Capcom with original soundtrack. Capcom Fighting Collection. What's all in here? 1,000 games? Millennium Fight, Fighter Evolution, Project Justice, Plasma Sword, Nightmare of Belstein, Mark. I don't know any of these names, but I do see Power Stone and Power Stone 2. Censorship is bad. In-game animations and endings have been removed and censored, says one Steam user. Oh gosh, they really neutered Power Stone, I guess. Had rival schools in it.
Ways to dodge, and without auto-facing, people had to aim their attacks.
Collection 2.
These games have a sort of isometric perspective where the camera has a limited range of movement and rotation. It's like playing a fighting game in a diorama.
What's a diorama?
But arena fighters like Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm have a camera that moves much more freely and rotates around the arena. Players have free ground movement, and attacking makes you automatically face your opponent. But while a free roaming camera lets you see your favorite characters in all sorts of cool angles, it also means the whims of the cameraman will determine who will have the more favorable perspective and which direction on your controller will go forward. It seems unpredictable, but I'm sure someone out there has found the best strategies to make the camera work in their favor. But the arena fighter Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi solves this issue by giving both players their own third-person over-the-shoulder perspective. But of course, this requires both players to have their own screens or play split screen. But we've now come a long way from the original archetype and are getting into the perspectives of other well-established genres like third-person shooters.
Wait, what?
Both third-person shooters and third-person fighting games have missiles or missile-like attacks, but only the third-person shooter focuses on firearms. Firearms are antithetical to martial arts combat for obvious reasons. These weapons have practically unlimited reach and speed, fire instantly, and bullets are unblockable and undodgeable unless you're in the Matrix. Firearms make distance and speed irrelevant, so much so that pistols in shooting games often function more like barcode scanners than actual guns firing bullets. This is called hit scan, and you can see this in action if you go frame by frame on a Valorant match. The kill indicator appears the moment the player clicks the mouse, even before the animation of the enemy getting shot. Firearms work in tactical shooters because aiming is a fundamental skill in them. But in fighting games, aim has never been the dominant skill because these games already do most of the aiming for you. Third-person fighting games like Gundam Versus and For Honor have lock-on systems, and in the case of ARMS, the players are always facing each other. And if you think about it, fighting games taking place in 2 dimensions is a form of auto-aim because there is no third dimension in which to miss your attacks. A fighting game where you pit 2 players in an arena with guns that automatically aim at each other would not be much of a game at all. Even beam attacks and pistols in Marvel vs. Capcom games have significant startup animations and travel time. They are not even close to instantaneous. But in a genre-to-genre case of the Predator effect, Guilty Gear Strive introduced Happy Chaos, who brought with him an actual hit-scanning pistol that fires instantly and aims automatically. Seriously. With the pistol drawn, you can fire at any range, fire while running and jumping, and even while punching and kicking.
Oh wow, gets the reload, this is dangerous. How do you get in?
But the caveats are, you need concentration meter to use it, you need to reload, you cannot block with the pistol drawn while your opponent can block the bullets, and the reticule needs time to lock on. But if you hit your opponent with a water balloon, the reticule will lock on quicker until they get dry again. This was definitely a bold character design that is totally anime, but just appreciate what it took to make the gun balanced. It was controversial because you cannot react to an attack that happens instantly, keeping your distance is futile when an attack has unlimited range, and there's not much to time when the goal is to shoot first. It upsets Tomohira's fighting game notion of TDR, timing, distance, and reactions.
Know what moves will counterattack from a given distance. Once you got the timing and distance down, you can concentrate on the R, reaction.
This is why fighting games tend to stick to projectiles and martial.
I can see why it'd be frustrating to deal with the Happy Chaos, but the Predator effect so far had been outside characters coming from other games to your game and ruining it. So I guess when he says Predator effect, he's not just talking about crossovers. Happy Chaos was a unique character for that. I'm curious, do I still have it? Yeah, this is the one. This was the one I love. Let's see if this will actually work. Cover my face. Don't look at the wall. Don't look at the wall. Look at this. There we go. This is the one I loved. So much so, the case is broken because I tossed it across the floor to my friend so many times so he could play it too. This was a freaking awesome game. Love this thing. And there was something cool, but I mean, granted, it didn't have the dual joysticks of the arcade one, but that was such a good game.
Martial arts, and it's why so many of these games use the side perspective. It's simply the best angle to gauge the speed and range of the huge variety of moves that each character has, making it the go-to perspective of competitive play. This is not to say the perspectives used by arena fighters are not suited for competition, It's just that it makes the gameplay take a huge
We could just be
departure
playing
from both
virtual
the
on, right,
archetypal
exactly.
games and platform fighters. Anyone who has played both side-scroller and 3D Mario games knows how different they can be. But regardless, arena fighters are fighting games, if not just for the fact that they are more that than anything else. And ultimately, they literally brought fresh new perspectives to an old genre, either by using one camera angle or by giving each player their own angle. And just like that, this completes the
For
fighting
Honor,
game
okay.
tree. An interesting thing to note about this tree is that Dragon Ball has a game from every category except one. But just to be complete, what about the first-person fighting game? There are novelty modes in fighting games that have tried this, but you'll soon realize 1, you can't see your own character, which is sad, and moves like rolling or spinning kicks will probably just make you throw up, unless your body can rotate without your head, like Exorcist Ryu. The closest thing is maybe Chivalry, which allows you to play in both third and first-person modes, but here's the thing.
Chivalry's fun.
There is no lock-on system. So is this a first-person fighting game with swords, or a first-person shooter without guns? At this point, we're hitting the limits of what we can confidently call a fighting game, so we'll just leave this to the scientists. This might all seem like an ultra-nerdy exercise in making genre classifications for something already so niche, but it particularly matters in fighting games because the sheer number of games and game types create a diverse culture not so different from rock music. Like a music festival, the biggest tournaments host a variety of fighting games with multiple stages, and people choose what they want to watch and play. Many people like to play multiple games, but some might only deeply care about one. Some people only like the old games of a series, and some feel the latest is greatest. There are communities within communities that have strong feelings about game mechanics, franchises, and yes, popularity. In 2002, Nickelback got rocks thrown at them for playing at a metal festival by a few audience members that did not take kindly to their type of music.
See ya! I have no idea what we were doing there, and it was just a horrible, horrible mistake. In their defense, if I went to a metal festival, I wouldn't want to see Nickelback either.
This isn't to say Guilty Gear fans are going to start throwing rocks at Smash players, but it's good to know a little bit about the audience you're speaking to.
That was one that our manager got spanked for heavy hard. It was like, what were we doing here, dude? Why the f did you were we playing in Portugal with a bunch of metal bands? And he's just like, sorry, I didn't know. It's like, well, you need to know.
Oh, interesting.
So if spring rolls are not burritos and 2XKO is not a Tekken-like, what is 2XKO actually like? There's no question it lands somewhere between the Versus and anime archetypes, which means it's an archetypal 2D hold back to block game with left-right and high-low mix-ups.
I'm not crazy about Nickelback, but I do like the sea shanty version of their main song.
In addition to the standard 3-way jump, each character can do a super jump.
Is that a long-term joke for poor Max Dude that he looks like Nickelback? I would never make that connection.
In KOF, except the game lets you slightly drift in the air like in Versus games. You can block anything in the air, and some characters have jump modifiers like Ari's air dash and Echo's forward hop. The game also allows both dashing and running, but like in Versus games, you can wave dash, making for extremely fast and expressive.
So I'm assuming based on when this came out, then this was almost a response to the talk about the League of Legends fighting game. And a lot of people probably breaking it down. We need to talk about Boomer. Okay, but let's get to that part.
Ground movement. But the biggest Versus element in 2XKO is that it's a tag fighter where you must select two characters. Like the title of the game suggests, the goal is to KO both characters of the opposing team. The tag system blends Versus game rules with those of Tekken tag games. Like in Versus games, your partner can be used as an assist by holding a direction and tapping the tag button, which can help you or hurt you if you get happy birthdayed. But like in Tekken tag games, switching characters does not bring them in attacking, and you can also do a tag launcher that switches characters so they can take over your combo. 2XKO also lets you switch to the character that is assisting you in what's called handshake tag, something we've seen in the anime fighter BlazBlue cross tag battle. But if you choose the freestyle fuse, you can switch back again to the other character, allowing for some serious bullying. This allows for some oppressive high-low and left-right mix-up potential, and Sean made sure to show me by challenging me to games of bet you can't block this.
Oh, you were low that time. What? What?
So you gotta guess.
But there are defensive options too. When blocking, you can dash forward to do a Marvel like push block, but there's a new mechanic where you can also dash backwards to do an escape called retreating guard. But this one can be beaten by lows, so don't be predictable. There's also a parry if you'd like a higher risk, higher reward option. As for combo breakers, there is a burst-like mechanic called dynamic save that lets you break out of combos and switch characters. And for getting knocked down, you have multiple get-up options, including an attack with brief invulnerability, but be careful as it can be punished if blocked. But the most novel feature is the duo mode, where one team can be controlled by 2 players, making 2v2 matches possible for a total of 4 players. We've seen Street Fighter Cross Tekken do something like this, but only the point character could summon their partner. This led to the infamous moment during EVO 2012 when Mike Ross wasn't allowed to play for an entire round.
Wow, that's incredible! Mike Ross did not get to play!
2xKO will let the player off screen play by letting them assist and dynamic save, and with handshake tag and tag launchers, there will be many more ways of switching between players. But this will also demand a new level of coordination that fighting game players have not had to do. As you can see, this is not a simple game. Anime and versus style games almost never are. But what it does try to do is make learning and playing it as accessible as possible. The button layout has light, medium, and heavy attacks, which can be pressed in sequence to perform a chain combo, which can be cancelled into a special attack, which is done by pressing a special attack button, just like we've seen in Smash. And yes, there are auto combos like in Dragon Ball FighterZ if you choose the Pulse Fuse, but instead of just mashing one attack button to do a combo, you can mash on your own combination to do different combos. But the most accessible thing of all is that it will be free to play, making it much easier to convince your friends to
sponsored
get into
video,
it.
maybe. It's an excellent video.
Make the net play as smooth as possible. So if 2xKO were a band, I think it would be Polyphia. And not just because the character select music sounds like them, and not because both have names that are generic descriptors of their respective fields. Polyphia blends the technicality of progressive metal with the sounds of EDM, Jimi Hendrix, hip-hop, and even K-pop to make something complex yet accessible for modern times, just like how 2xKO keeps the intricacy of anime and versus style games while making it approachable for newcomers. Instead of abandoning what made their traditions great, they tweak or tone down just the aspects that scare people away. What is tweaked, of course, never comes without controversy. Polyphia guitarist Tim Henson got in some heat for calling a classic guitar technique a boomer bend.
It describes a very specific guitar bending lick commonly used in music from the 60s and 70s, the age of the baby boomer.
And the 2xKO equivalent of this would be the removal of motion inputs, or I guess in this case, millennial inputs.
Millennial
but this
inputs.
concept goes all the way back to Rising Thunder, which was made by Radiant Entertainment, who were later acquired by Riot Games to make 2xKO.
There's a pretty active dialogue, and has been for years, among fighting game players about accessibility and is it good, is it bad? And usually people talk about it as a zero-sum game, like if you're gonna make the game easier, then it's gonna be worse for good players. We try to think about it in terms of fun. Once you get into the fun of understanding what a fighting game really is, about the mind reading and the high stakes sort of fast-paced poker of like that's addictive, and we want to bring that fun to as many people as possible by removing maybe the things that make fighting games kind of scary but aren't core to the real fighting game experience. And another one is it's just more fun, I think, to do things with your friends. It took us a while to sort of embrace teamwork, but once we did, and we found ways to still have the carry aspect of oh, all the pressure is on me, but I can bring a friend along and we can have teamwork moments. That's when the game started really to get fun, while still having a real, hopefully endless mastery curve. We want this to be a game that you can play for literally thousands of hours and still discover new things.
Special thanks to Ben, Hetty, and everyone at Bay Area Riot for all your support.
Sure.
This was Gerald from Corey Gaming. Thanks for watching.
Damn. Props to wait. What's all this then? Sponsor. Okay. Props to him for making a full video that still had that breakdown in it. I kind of wish I got this for Souls likes, you know, like if the next I'm forgetting the name of it right now. What's the Pinocchio one that I played? Completely forgetting the Neo, but God, what's the Pinocchio one? Can't remember its name. But it'd be fun to have a really good breakdown of that sort of thing. I'm gonna sit. Lies of P, thank you. Yeah, that was a really good breakdown of everything that kind of makes the games. But clearly there's some argument about who, what, and how you should refer to it, but I think it's a pretty good. Dishonest P. No, that's not what we're talking. Yes, of course. Square Enix not working with the ARC system to make Final Fantasy 2 Fighters is a missed opportunity. Someone mentioned there was a Square Enix fighting game. What is the name of that? And what the heck is the ARC system? Thank you for 42 months, Angry Jin. Oh God. I messed up drinking. Hang on. Oh, that's right, Dissidia. I forgot about that thing. Ah, excuse me. What's really weird is that YouTube is auto translating to Dencision for some reason when you type that. Even weirder is the amount of YouTube lag we're having today. Sorry, everybody, about the solid 6 seconds we're having before I see your chats on YouTube right now. There are some. I've heard that's no good. I've heard that it is amusing and it might be fun to watch, but it's not something we should probably pursue playing in our every Final Fantasy adventure. I wouldn't mind checking out the Max Dude video. Where was his final image? Right before he got into, I think right around here is where he showed the big breakdown. I just want to grab this for myself. And then he put a bunch of Dragon Balls on it. But I am not a Dragon Ball fan, so I'm probably not going to go that direction here. My quest to recreate Street Fighter's long-lost pneumatic controls. Oh my God. Yeah, no. That sounds awful. That sounds absolutely awful. Well, diving in and like just exploring characters, I think it's something we could do at some point. That could be fun to do. But Dragon Ball is the best way to get Garrett to play. You're not wrong. You were not at all wrong about that. However, I would not know any of the characters because I haven't watched in high school, but you know, maybe. All right, so here's the big breakdown that we got. Hold back to block. But that came with the whole. So basically, if you're hold back to block, there's that jump thing you need to worry about where people are going to be always trying to jump over you in order to hit your not block thing because you're going to be blocking the wrong direction. That doesn't sound like the worst thing in the world. It does sound a little weird maybe to get used to, but not hold back to block. Wait, because Mortal Kombat was hold down a button to block. I don't think we need to worry about anything over here right now. This jumping stuff did not appeal to me, though honestly, the Marvel vs. Capcom thing does sound fun, and there was a pretty recent version of those cross-up. Yeah. When was the most recent Marvel vs. Capcom? I feel like it came out last year or something. No, there's a sale right now, too. September 12th, 2024. Yeah, where Cyclops is doing the big handshake there. Oh, this was a remaster of some kind? Arcade Classics. That's the old one. Okay, what else was there? Capcom 3, 2017. Oh, there's a lot of DLC to have to wade through here. Marvel vs. Capcom 2019 is bad. Check out Marvel Tokon. Now let's take a look. Fighting Souls announced. Oh, this is with the really thick Captain America. I saw this during the PlayStation. Yeah, when we were watching the PlayStation announcements. This must have been a part of it, because I know that. Yeah, with the big Captain America. Oh, it does have a cool Iron Man on it there. It's a very unique look for all the characters. Except for Spider-Man, but Spider-Man's been reinvented so many times. I think I was just unfazed by any sort of different looking Spider-Man. So there's no announcement date. Release August 6th. Oh, that's actually coming up very soon. So now knowing what I know and looking at this, let's see how high the jumps go. Beta next week? Oh, okay. No, wait. All right, the jumps are too high. Jumps are too high. They're very high. Those jumps are going to be too high. I like all the look of this, but I don't think I want to start with jumps that high. I love the crossover idea, though. It's really cute. It hasn't happened again, though, yet. So are we not blocking in the air? So far, they've been very stationary. Never mind. Hang on, they haven't done it again. It must have been something else. What about a special menu? Sounds sick in Japanese. Oh yeah, it was a launch. Alright, these jumps seem sane actually. Wow. Wow, that seems like, oh, too much. Wow. You know, that actually kind of looked like a fun time, though. What was the roster size? It seemed super small. We'll add this to like a unique list of everything I've learned. I guess it would go in anime of air dashing. Oh, probably like down here somewhere by the Melty Bloods. 20 characters? Oh, okay. That's actually pretty cool. Where is Street Fighter on this thing? That's a 2D. So Street Fighter 6 is just straight up grounded, and it's this evolution of the Street Fighters. Okay. That's the old trailer. 20 is it is a little small, but that's not. I mean, how many are in Street Fighter? Like, let's even see what happens when what's this even like? What's the onboarding? I'm gonna give it the 4K permission. Really? I do like the RE engine.
Street Fighter 6.
Just thinking about it, it's probably gonna make me make an account and stuff like that. Anyway, how do I get to your settings, sir? I want to go to your settings. Battle Hub? World Tour? Oh god. Not gonna let me adjust my settings.
So I've been thinking about strength, man. Strength.
Is it crusty?
The power to fight. Is it money, authority, a cool job, a ton of likes? Okay. Let's keep it simple. I want to be strong. Can you believe it? We got self-driving cars. The time's coming, we'll be taking rockets to Mars. And yet you still got folks out there using their fists.
I mean, he's just talking. I've tried hitting tab, but I couldn't do it earlier.
Yeah, I hear you, man. We're all a bunch of fools.
World Tour is just the character creation. All right, let's get out of here then. This isn't going to work anyway. The demo doesn't have verses, only story, and it doesn't play like normal games. Oh. Well, then that doesn't sound like a good time. That's not what I want. I want to dive into things. I want to start hitting people. Well, then let's go with what I do have. Because it was on a humble indie bundle sale recently. Gotta give it the package. I am curious about the League of Legends thing that, like I said, I thought was just dead, but I am currently influenced a little bit by people being like, ew. So why was there so much ew when it came to League of Legends things? Was it because they did a big push for it? They made a big deal and then things changed? It's launched in full screen. It's giant. This is going to get a little messy. Just because it's League of Legends? Because Riot? All right, first thing we need to do is actually get through all this. Oh, do you not let me? It's not gonna let me. There we go. Speed up. League of Legends is sort of meme. People just hate Riot. Okay, fair enough. Lots of people have good reasons to hate Riot. At least it speeds up. Had issues on launch. I want network function? I do want network function. I mean, I'm a resident of all these things. I will. I just need to change my settings. Was that what happened? As I accidentally declined? I'm pretty sure I hit the A button. I may have hit B. When playing online, each player. Okay, let's change our settings here. We need actual stream settings because we're currently listed under a different game, and then we can poke around this thing for a little bit. There we go. I would like to not be player name. Yes. Does it really know GG player? What? How do you know that? I guess I'll just go with my usual game tag. Yeah, let me beat your ass. First thing I want to do is change all the screen settings. Oh God. Oh God. Yes, I do, but the screens are all broken. It's all breaking. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Because we watched a lot of videos today. Well, oh God, everything's exploding because this thing really, really, really wants to be full screen. Oh, okay. So here's what's gonna happen. Tomorrow I will stream Guilty Gear. Shit, everything's breaking. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try out Guilty Gear. It's the one I'm most interested in. And after learning more about the game, we're gonna try that out. I'm gonna figure out why these settings are all exploding and while my game's exploding. So we will do a big old Guilty Gear exploration tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. I've got to fix all these settings because this game is currently full screen on my screen. And if for some reason to you it is not full screen, I don't know why that's happening. So tomorrow we're going to figure this out. Thank you all for the suggestions today. Thank you all for the support. Thanks for watching. As for, I'm still very interested in checking out Street Fighter. So tomorrow we'll Guilty Gear, and then maybe Wednesday we can Street Fighter. We'll see what happens, but let's dive into this proper this week. Thank you all for joining. It was a pleasure. And, wait, what's this? Drasani, thank you for the super that says there's also the new Tekken game you might be thinking about. Yes, that's coming too. There's the Avatar game on Thursday. Yeah, I could, actually, that sounds great. Let's get out of here. There's character. Let's just close that thing. Close that thing. It was exploding. It was exploding. Everything is on fire. D-Men, thank you for the super. That new Marvel fighting game from Guilty Gear devs is getting an open beta on the 24th to 26th, PS5 and PC. Since it's a Sony game, you will need the PS Network for online features. They'll be training in offline mode. Is that, wait, the PlayStation Network as in the paid thing that I'd have to buy for? That I have to buy for? That's fair. I could play some Demon Souls for a bit with all the things on the ground. That's what I do every time. Plus, you know, download like Rayman for the kids or something like that. So if that's what I have to do to try it out, it's just an account thing. Oh, that was the Helldivers business. So I don't need to buy anything. It's just when everyone got upset about the PlayStation account thing. Okay. Perfect. I like the idea of this. It seems very new. Where are my layers? There we go. Yeah, so that was definitely in the higher jump category. So everyone said today the words, and I think we confirmed it. I really want to try this. We're going to try Guilty Gear tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, if this mission continues, then we'll try out Street Fighter proper. I'm sad I missed the sale. I saw, maybe while you're here, you can help me. I saw a thing. I saw that Street Fighter 6 got review bombed because the pricing of their DLC is bad. So should I just buy the like beginner package where I get all the DLC in one big pile because that will be cheaper for me? Or do I not need all those seasons passes? Because when it comes to this here, special promotion offer. Wait, special promotion. Wait, it's back on sale again. Oh my God, it's back on sale. I thought I missed the sale because the summer thing ended. But then, like, everyone in the reviews here was like, man, screw this game and it's predatory pricing if you're not buying it for the first time. So I guess I get like a first time sale if I buy everything in a big pile. And these are character passes, so these have honest-to-God characters in them. And the newer games just get... Don't worry about it. What is Evo Moment 37? Evo Moment 37, or the Daigo Parry, is a Street Fighter 3 from a Champion series in 2020 or 2004. You want to look up the ancient texts. This? Is this what we're talking about?
Footage of Daigo actually angry.
Wait, is this it? The ancient texts? All right.
Just its turtle style. Overcome Rao. Now on the verge of putting Daigo down 1-0.
Oh, I've seen this GIF. Wow. Okay, so knowing what I know now, this was a pre-programmed combo of some kind. They like unleash a bar that built up. So the enemy player knew that these hits were going to be done in this order. And by memorizing those particular hits, they were able to counter the entire thing. Also, why is their health so low? I guess because they start low and then they're losing health on that chip damage. So why don't they take any damage from this? Had he blocked a single kick, it would have killed from chip damage? Because he was parrying. Oh, perfect guard. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. So you don't take chip if you perfectly parry? Because blocking's easier to do. That's pretty cool. That's pretty knowledge is indeed power. Knowledge is indeed power. 3 frames. He's tapping forward in order to parry the hits. It was the Street Fighter 3 main gimmick. That's crazy. That's really cool. That's cool to understand what that's doing. All right, I'm going to talk to Noel. I think maybe Luke knows. I'm going to talk to people in the Discord about how best to go about Guilty Gear Strive. We'll fire that up tomorrow because there might be like a bunch. I know there's like a story mode, a bunch of trailers or something that's worth watching for the different characters. Before we even try it out, there's probably a lot we can explore in there. So we'll do that tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you hopefully then, 1 p.m.